The HSBC Women's Champions, part of the race to the CME Globe. Sport at the elite level is increasingly becoming a young person's domain. Dedication to fitness, attention to detail, and a willingness to practice and then practice some more have become the mantra of those who crave a place at the top. But one quality that only the years can bring is experience. The ability to face challenges and answer them, to stay calm in the face of the oncoming storm. Today at Sentosa Golf Club, two players who possess that elusive quality head the field in the quest for the title. An icon of the game, Australia's Kari Webb has tasted victory no fewer than 40 times on the LPGA Tour. Her thirst for winning has never been quenched. The Hall of Famer leads by one with a round to play from another past champion. Angela Stanford lifted this trophy back in 2012. Her steely determination and never-say-die attitude will make her an intimidating force as Sunday rolls on. But the chasing pack is laden with talent. Spanish starlet Athahara Munoz produced a stunning Saturday charge into contention. 26-year-old Teresa Liu has proven to be the surprise packet. Unheralded, perhaps. Talented, undoubtedly. So close here 12 months ago, America's sweetheart Paula Creamer is lying in wait should the leaders falter. And Norway's Suzanne Pettersen has dual reason to chase the title. A victory here could realise her ambition to finally assume the mantle as the world #1. So the stage is set for an epic battle in Singapore, and when that battle reaches its zenith, that elusive trait of experience could very well prove the difference between glory and heartbreak. Wonderful to have your company on this great Sunday in Singapore. Hello from Peter Donegan. Welcome to the Serapong course at Sentosa Golf Club for our final round coverage of the HSBC Women's Champions of 2014. We have had 3 dramatic and entertaining days so far, and yesterday the cream rose to the top. At the Munoz, her irons were deadly, and her putter was as well on Saturday. Paula Creamer, from long range, produced a few pieces of wizardry. She hasn't won for a long time. Nobody's more aware of that than Paula, and today could be the day that she changes all of that. Another American, Angela Stanford, steely competitor that she is, hung in through the tough times and then got it going on the way to the clubhouse. There's Teresa Liu. If she's been daunted so far by playing with the big guns, she certainly hasn't showed it. And then, of course, Kari Webb, the 39-year-old Hall of Famer. It wasn't her most spectacular round at times yesterday, but it was effective, and it's taken her all the way to a one-shot lead going into the final day. So Australia's Kari Webb at 11 under is the leader by 1 from Angela Stanford at the Munoz, and Teresa Liu at 8 under are 3 back from the lead. Paula Creamer gives the leader 4 at the start of the day. Morgan Pressel is at -6, and Suzanne Pettersen is half a dozen shots behind Kari Webb. There are 2 players at 4 under, Nayeon Choi of Korea and Carolyn Hedwell of Sweden. And they find themselves 7 shots from the lead as we enter this Sunday. But it's Kari Webb at 11 under the card who leads. There are the collection of players at 3 under, and that includes Michelle Wee, Chella Choi, also the world #1 Inbee Park. Here are our feature groups. Sandy McKenzie, what about this?
Oh, Pete, what an exciting day we have. Suzanne Pettersen, we're just waiting for her to become on fire. Naeun Choi, she's back in form, and Caroline Headwell, what a star of the Solheim Cup.
Teresa Liu, what a story it would be if she could win today. Paula Creamer showed us what she had yesterday, and she's been known to make a charge here in Singapore. And Morgan Pressel has had a wonderful start to 2014.
Well, Kari Webb, she's just a superstar and will probably relish being in the lead. Angela Stanford, she has toned down her playing commitments, but playing in great form. And the Spanish starlet, Alejandra Munoz, what an exciting player she is.
Some of the very best in the game doing battle for the title today on a day that is very warm in Singapore. Kate Burton is out there and can tell us more.
Well, Pete, the temperature is going to soar to 32 degrees. It's going to be a little bit cloudy. Currently, it's 29. Humidity is at 65%, and that breeze, it might pick up. It's pretty calm at the moment at 8 kilometres an hour in a north-northeasterly direction, the prevailing wind. But it is very humid and very warm out here for the players.
So the good news is not quite as much wind as the first 3 days. The bad news is wait until you see some of the pin placements they've come up with on Sunday. It's going to be a challenge. Let's head straight out to the golf course now, and we're going to have a look at the 5th. Now, they've moved the tee up here at 5 today, Sandy, and it's back to playing. That's the tee there. It's back to playing at 3:55, and that changes the hole.
Oh, it certainly does change the hole. Of course, the bunkers right and left come into play. It's a very narrow landing area. See that huge bunker all the way down the right-hand side. Very much protects their screen. You can see it sits at the angle, front left into the back right. And the pin today, though, they've got it tucked on the left-hand side, 23 on and 8 from the left. So you just don't want to let anything run away too far right here, or you're going to get an awful long way away from the flag. And there we see where that pin is. It goes straight back into the harbour, so any breeze that comes up, it's going to be on this hole. Very calm out there at the moment, though.
It is, but the scores are not indicating that calmness. Here's Angela Stanford with her 3rd shot. That's got to sit down. It hasn't been the start that Angela would have wanted. She's 1 over par for the day, made a bogey at the very first hole, and she's in danger of making another one there at 5.
Head to the 6th hole, lady who is on fire, Paula Creamer. She made birdies at 3 and 4. She is now just 2 behind Kari Webb. This into the par 4. Pin here today, 17 on, 7 from the right. Wait till we start getting further around the course. Some of these pins are so far back and so tight.
And Kari Webb playing her 3rd shot here at the 5th. She actually hit the green and rolled back to here. And that is beautiful touch. Kari, a bit of a bumpy start, got off to a poor start with a bogey at the 3rd, got it back at the 4th, and the chance to make her par there at 5. So, as we said, there's already been a bit happening, a lot of it involving Paula Creamer out there this morning, who is the player who is making a charge. Suzanne Pedersen doing likewise. So let's have a look at Paula Creamer and see what she's able to do with her birdie opportunity at 6.
You can see the disgust on her face there. Didn't get the line or the length on that, but she would love to have added another birdie. She's already had those 2, as I said before, so she is seriously on the chase.
Angela Stanford with a very awkward length for par. She finds herself already 3 back from the lead. And now she finds herself with a real task. 3 shots between herself and Kari Webb. Let's check out the early morning highlights. As I mentioned, Paula Creamer was making the running early on. Here she is at the par 4 3rd with the opportunity of getting an early birdie on the card and putting the pressure on. I mentioned yesterday the putter was working well for her. The irons were brilliant, and Paula coming hard on Sunday.
Yeah, well, Paula didn't stop there. This on the next hole, the very tricky par 5 4th. Very tough pin here today on the front left. A number of players already gone into the water. I should say back right. But that was a superb shot for yet another birdie.
At the 5th, Suzanne Pedersen is the other player who's been on the charge. She came off a birdie at 4. Here's her approach to 5. absolutely outstanding. Not that far away from knocking it in for eagle, and she stepped up and made a second successive birdie.
Well, Arthur Munoz got off to a horrible start. She bogeyed the first 2 holes, and look at this from long range. Just got it started. This on the 4th. Oh, they boost the confidence. So clawed one of those back.
And Kari Webb's confidence was boosted as well when she was able to get back the shot she dropped at the 3rd straight away. An all-round good putt. Kari Webb with a birdie at the 4th.
Well, I said that Arthur bogeyed the first 2, so she picked up the birdie on the 4th. This into the par 4 5th hole. So she really was starting to claw her way back. These girls have got to make a move early, and this was a sensational shot by Arthur just under the pin, and she would go on to make her 2nd birdie in a row, so back to even. Here was the birdie putt. Yeah, beautifully done. So back to where she started for Arthur. 3 behind Kari.
At -8. And Kari Webb, where she started at -11. So all of that means the leaderboard looks like this. Paula Creamer has made her way up into 2nd spot. Angela Stanford has been overtaken. And it's Kari Webb, the leader by 2 still. Even par for the day. Bit of a replay of yesterday with Kari's score early on. Paula Creamer, closest of the chasers. Angela Stanford and Arthur Munoz, 3 back from Kari. Suzanne Pedersen's reduced the gap between herself and the leader from 6 to 4. And Teresa Liu at -6 is going in the wrong direction on Sunday. The Australian leads by 2. We are set for a dramatic day. Don't go anywhere. It's the final round of the HSBC Women's Champions. Is Kari going to win it for a 2nd time? So as it turns out, steady as she goes for Kari Webb. Angela Stanford and Teresa Liu, though, Sandy, going in the wrong direction, and you don't want those blue figures, because not only does it hurt your scorecard, but it's got to do something for your confidence in the early stages of a final round.
Oh, definitely. And what you're going to find today, although the conditions are a little calmer, the pins are amazing. They are so tight. There's some huge, big, long pins, some very tight front pins, and going to make them work for those birdies today.
What about Say Reid? 4 under par for the day for the great lady from Korea. She started over on the other side of the golf course, went out in 34 and has picked up birdies at 2 and 4. So a great day, and that'll earn her a few dollars. Not that she needs the dollars. She's made herself a very good living over the years.
But there's also the fact too that you're looking at points rankings for the Rolex World Rankings, and the higher you get up those leaderboards at the end of a Sunday, then the more points you are going to acquire. There we see some other players going. Well, Caroline Headwell, she's going in definitely the wrong direction at +3 at the moment. Hee Kyung So there at +2 as well. So some of those players losing a lot of ground, but not a lot of red figures today, Pete. It's tough out there.
Well, Stacey Lewis, we knew that she was going to shoot a low score. Unfortunately, she's left it too late, the defending champion, but she's picked up a couple of shots today. And Jennifer Johnson, who played so well for a long time last week in Thailand, has got it to -3 for the day. So scoring is tough, no question about that. And only the strong will survive at the end of the day with some of the pin placements that we have on this Sunday. What better way to travel to Singapore than with Singapore Airlines? Comfort all the way for the players, many of them making their way from Bangkok to Singapore on Monday. The first in the world to fly the magnificent A380. If you've never flown in that aircraft, put it on your bucket list. It's something you have to do as you go to a destination that might be on your bucket list. And what you'll do is you'll enjoy the ride with Singapore Airlines, and we thank them for their great support and for bringing these great players to Singapore for this week at the HSBC Women's Champions. As the A380 and the Jumbos fly over, here at Singapore. We're going to fly over the 6th hole. Now, it takes a different direction. That's the 5th green in the foreground there, and then they turn 90 degrees and go alongside the water, and generally speaking, they're getting a bit of help from the breeze here, Sandy.
They are getting a little bit of help over their right shoulder, a little bit behind, but what you've got to be careful of here, of course, the water on the right, but the pot bunker there, that is in the centre of the fairway. The best line is on the right-hand side, but that, of course, brings in the water. Then you come to this very long and very narrow green. There's a huge step up, about a third of the way down. Be a little bit careful of that bunker on the left. You can see that dirty, great big rock sitting in the middle of it, and you can get tangled up with that, but you can see how tight it is for room. It's a front pin today, so that doesn't make it quite so bad, but here we have Kari from the left centre of the fairway.
156 yards for Kari Webb. Very difficult hole location because it's really sitting on top of a bowl. It's a nice shot, good strike on the ball, and it might just be a little bit long. Needs to hold the green because anything slightly right of the pin will feed down into a swale.
It's held up okay. She's played some wonderful approaches into 6 this week. That's been one of her strongest holes. On Thursday and Friday, she played just brilliant shots in.
Michelle Wee for eagle on the par 5 7th. See the big turn that's taking. She looks a little mystified, Michelle, as to why it went that far, but she has that now for birdie.
Back at 6, Angela Stanford has found that trap off the tee, and that's a mistake.
That's definitely a mistake, and she won't be able to get it to the green. There's just too much lip for her to really go for the green, so she'll come up short.
Well, she's going to be getting pretty annoyed with herself the way things are going, Angela Stanford. She's a hard taskmaster, but something like that, you simply can't afford to be in that trap off the tee at 6.
No, definitely not. Michelle Wee for birdie now to go to -3. Yeah, no problem there for Michelle. So she's finding herself sneaking up the board as well. She bogeyed the 5th and then made that birdie, at 7. So back to where she started.
Well, if Angela Stanford had her difficulties, Kate Burton, Ather is even worse.
Yeah, it's a horrible lie for Ather. It's not really how far. It's only 134 yards. But she's just going to try and chase it down the fairway. This won't reach.
Well, that is 2 big miscalculations from 2 of the players in the final group.
Yeah, such a difficult drive. It really is. Kari, you notice, was way short of the bunker that she went into on the 3rd day. So it's...
There you can see how deep that ball is laying down in the grass there and how thick that grass is. So she's just had to sort of punch that forward to get it as far down the fairway as she could. Couldn't take a proper swing at it.
So now Angela's got this with her 3rd shot, and she's chunked that one as well. Well, that's amazing.
Oh, what a difference a day makes. Angela are making some seriously big mistakes down this 6th hole. She's already 2 over the card on today's round, and she's going to drop some here.
And the way it's going, she is going to be out of contention for the title unless she's very careful. Here's one player who's going in the other direction. Suzanne Pedersen, 2nd shot, lots of club in hand. Can she get it home at 7? She's 2 under par for the day, 4 back from the lead.
It's a back right pin here today at 7.
Wow.
That's a big hit, but that's going to run like a scolded cat.
Sit down.
Now, there's not a lot to stop it going down there. Ooh.
Sit down. Goodbye.
She will not believe that happened. That would have looked so good in the air. She's going to be mystified as to what is over the back because... As we said the other day, it used to be thick, lush grass and you could stop it, but that's just like concrete going down there.
Well, to all of the drama that's going on at 6, Ather's 3rd shot.
Difficult shot. She's going to have to come up that rise and needs it to sit down. It really is a very hard hole to get close.
Well, that just checked up on the rise. She didn't quite have enough on that. The line was okay, though. We'll jump ahead to the 8th hole, the par 3. Michelle Wee, she's at even par. Long way out of the lead, but we know she can make plenty of birdies.
184 today. Oh, That would have looked spectacular from the tee, and it looks pretty good from the green as well. What a wonderful shot from Michelle.
Oh, that's a beauty from Michelle Weiss. That's probably a certain birdie for her. Well, back to Angela Stanford, playing her 4th shot from short of this green, and they've just been mistakes. Now, anything she has from here is going to add another score.
Yeah, well, it's 3 back at the moment from the lead. So when she steps up for that putt, she's going to try and make it only 4 back. Anna Nordqvist from the bank at 9. We've seen a lot of players having difficulty with this shot. Not Anna.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, that's
hang on.
Wow.
How unlucky can you be there?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
That is cruel.
That is so unlucky. It could have hit and stopped. It could have hit and gone right. And that is the worst possible thing that could have happened. And look at the shot she's going to have back. Hits the right edge, shoots, and it's downhill all the way there.
All it had to do was hit half an inch left, and that stays on the green and is almost dead for a birdie.
And now she's just in a horrible place now. She's going to have such touch, but we'll come back and certainly watch that one.
No one ever said that golf was supposed to be fair, and we've just seen an illustration of that.
It's hardly ever fair.
Kari down the hill, very quick, not quite as quick as she thought. Still a little bit of work to do to make her par.
Say that these greens are running, the stimp meter's reading 12, but that's only on a very, very flat lie. But there are so many not flat lies around here, and if you're coming downhill, wow, they are swift.
12.1 today is the official reading. Now look at poor Anna here. She's decided to putt this, and that is a very dangerous thing to do with that slope. You had so much to come over there. It's easy from up here, but when you've got that much ground to cover and that much slope to get over, that is a brave decision.
I'll come back to that, and I bet the next one won't be short.
No.
Angela Stanford, this for bogey. That's going to come up a little shy. So it's a double bogey for Angela Stanford. Now through 6 holes, she's 4 over the card. It has all gone wrong in the early stages for Angela Stanford, and she's been playing so well.
She's gone from 1 back now to 5 back. Take 2 for Anna, and this time she's going to take the same club, and that's what she was looking for the first time.
And look how hard. I thought she would have really put that long way past the flag, but it shows you the steepness of that slope, how hard she hit that shot. So now she's going to be putting for bogey.
And I guess part of her reasoning for hitting the putter, Sandy, was the fact she's got no green to work with there.
Well, if she plays a wedge, she's got to land it up there, and if it shoots on, she's in trouble, or it could come back to her feet.
Atha for par to remain 3 back from the lead as it stands at present. All things considered, that is a very good par. All sorts of trouble with her second shot. Well done.
Well, so far, 2 birdies, 2 pars, 2 bogeys. Now back to Anna Nordqvist. She's 2 under on today's round, so she's made up some ground. No, and it's going to be a double bogey, so all that good work has been undone on the 9th.
Well, it could so easily have been a 3, and it turns out to be a 6. Outward 9 of 36 for last week's winner. Important putt here for Kari. It's only 2.5 feet. But this to maintain her 2-shot lead and her momentum. Doing as she did yesterday.
You can't see Kari having any worse than maybe even par or 1 or 2 under. That would be the worst I think she could do. So they've got to make a lot of birdies. Here is Suzanne Pedersen. She has taken a drop, so this is going to be her 4th shot. Let's see how far back she was. Now she's, well, she's got that for par. Now, when she hit that second shot, it was going straight at the flagstick. She would have thought this is really good, and ended up scuttling through in all sorts of trouble. But this hole has a habit of doing that.
It measures 493 yards, par 5. It's a narrow driving area. The second shot is the key, in particular, as we've just seen, Sandy. If you get yourself in the go zone, you have to be careful. You might make it all the way home, but you might make it a bit too far.
Yeah, well, the obvious thing here is the water all the way down this hole. It's a narrow fairway. Got to be careful of the bunkers on the left, but this is the key. The pin's way back right, so if you want to have a go, you've got to come in there fairly hard. A lot of players will try and kick off that left bank, and if you do that, you can probably take a little bit of sting off it as well. But it can also get caught up on the left bank. It's very well guarded at the front, the little pot bunker on the left, the big one on the right-hand side. But you've got to beware, because as we saw, Suzanne Pedersen hit a great shot, but that is so sparse of grass over the back of this green. There is nothing stopping the ball going in the water.
Third easiest hole on the golf course, but it's not looking that way for Suzanne Pedersen. She's got 30 feet or so to save her par. This will quite possibly halt the charge from the Norwegian. It's going to be one dropped, and that will take her back to -6. She started the day 6 shots adrift of Kari Webb, and now, despite what has been a positive start, she's still 5 behind.
Now you can, that's the twists and turns of this golf course, because she could have easily have gone to -8 there and been just a few behind Kari.
Tremendous tee shot from Michelle Wee at 8. She's going to earn herself a few dollars by the look of things with her weekend's work. Very good yesterday. Tap in two for Michelle Wee, and she moves to -4, 7 back of our leader. Our leader is Kari Webb. There's a hold up going on at the 7th, so the leader is going to have plenty of time to think about it, and the player behind her, Angela Stanford, is going to have plenty of time to try and get the train back on the rails, because at the moment it's off. After 2 bogeys and a double bogey, Angela Stanford goes from 1 back at the start of the day to 5 back as we stand at present. Kari Webb even par for the day. It's Paula Creamer now looking the one most likely. That par that Atha was able to make at 6 becomes so important now. Keeps her within 3 of the lead, and then it's a gap to Suzanne, Teresa and Angela Stanford. Morgan Pressel 1 over par for the day. Kari Webb leads by 2 in the final round in Singapore.
You got to try and be in control of your body and your head, probably your head more than anything else. And I mean, one bad shot can destroy a round of golf.
Chinese, usually we have very tough mental. We don't like to give up, so we'll fight to the last minute.
Mental strength is 100% of the game. You have to be able to be strong no matter what, no matter when things are going great or things are going tough.
I think you have to try to concentrate on one thing if you want to be really mentally strong out on the course.
You need to train like a champion, practice like you're playing in a tournament.
You got to try and stay in the present and let the past be the past.
I like to set a goal that is not super high, that I feel really comfortable to achieve it.
That's what makes golf so hard, is every shot is different, every moment is different, every day is different.
I have a habit that I don't like to look at leaderboards while I play, so maybe that's going to actually take some pressure off.
I love the pressure. I love having to make a putt or come back from behind and try and win.
Everybody say you have to forget about the past, but I think like in the golf case, when you have bad hole before, and that gives you a lot of momentum going on the next hole, because you're mad, you're going more aggressive, and you're thinking that, oh, I need to make birdie. So I think it sometimes helps you.
When I practice, I'm not like a machine. I actually try to play holes, maybe even on the range, visualizing, if I'm playing a par 4 or par 5, I need to hit shaping shots. I'm hitting this on the green, I need to make this putt for a birdie. I'm behind, to win maybe US Open.
When you're kind of, things aren't going your way, or you're trying to build up positive energy, you take a deep breath and you dig deep and you say, okay, I'm going to grind this out. I'm gonna do this.
Already plenty of drama on this final day at the Serapong course at the Sentosa Golf Club. Great to have your company for our final round coverage of the HSBC Women's Champions of 2014. And today, well, it was the last day of luxury for the players. Perhaps their ride to the airport might be just as luxurious as they head away, but it's been style and comfort all the week for the players as they make their way out in the official car sponsor of the HSBC Women's Champions, Morgan Pressel, taking the front seat. Will she take a front seat at the end of the day? We thank Jaguar for everything that they've done and for making our time in Singapore and coming out to the golf course so pleasurable and so enjoyable. They are simply magnificent machines. And Atha is also purring along pretty well at the moment. Here she is, tee shot at 7.
Well, she doesn't seem to like that.
And that's because it's gone a little bit left, and she's got to be careful of those 2 fairway bunkers. There's a very low left ball flight.
That's just caught up in the rough on the left-hand side. Did manage to miss the bunkers, but we'll go ahead to Paula Creamer now. 2 under on today's round.
Well, she's possibly, Sandy, looking the one most likely at present. And I think that's a smart play at 7.
Elected not to have a go at it. Just coming up short there, but that's okay. She'll still be putting for birdie.
Kari's drive.
Kari has driven really well off the 7th hole every day, and this is another example of that. Great looking ball flight, flying over the right-hand fairway bunker. Should set herself up nicely.
Good galleries out there watching around the golf course today.
Tell you what, there's a police coast guard that came to within a few metres of the players on the 7th tee.
Well, I think they're only trying to get a look at the world's best, Kate.
They can do what they want to here as well.
Oh, they're after you, Kate. Angela Stanford.
And Angela Stanford, slightly lower ball flight to that of Kari Webb's, but also a good line.
Well, she's just got to try and stay focused. We talked about staying focused in the face of the storm in the opening to our coverage today. And the storm is prevailing all around Angela Stanford at the moment, unfortunately, for the 2012 winner. 4 over par after 6 holes. Kari Webb would be pretty pleased with an even par start. Obviously would have liked to get a birdie on the card, but even par is good enough to maintain a 2-shot buffer. But it's Paula who is coming with a charge on Sunday.
Just in the bottom of frame there on the left-hand side. That is Morgan Pressel walking around the bunker. So you can see her ball near a bag there, just short. Plenty of room to work with, though, here, but it's going to be coming uphill. Now, what you've got to be careful of is you've got to get it all the way there, but just be a little cautious that you don't go too far with that back pin.
Sandy Morgan will be reasonably confident if she can hold things together on the front 9. If her week so far is any indicator, she's been -1 on the front 9, -5 on the back 9, and that is as good as just about anyone with the exception of Angela Stanford. But that may not count with Angela because she might have left herself too much to do with the way things have started out. Rock's going to stand right in the way, and he's a hard man to see past.
Access security for her as well, I'm sure. Now the pin in the back right. So she's flying that as far as she can. That gives you an indication of how far back that pin is. It is 31 paces on, so she had to carry the bunker. So it's a pitch of, you know, probably 50 yards that she just had. So she'll have that for her birdie, but there is Kari's group just milling around down where their tee shots are. And
I think this too is where experience is going to come into play, Sandy, because it looks as though it could be a slow day at various times, and it won't worry Kari because she's been there and she's done it all before. Teresa Liu not having the day that she would have wanted. She's +2 for the day. She's shown precious few signs of being daunted out there so far this week. She's come up with a good one there. You know, I really like her shot making, just being out in the course with her and watching the way she shapes shots. And she's strong. She gets the ball out there a long way, but she's a very brave player. She has a bit of a go. Teresa Liu still very much in contention, but now she's 5 shots back from the lead rather than being 3. And that lead held by Kari Webb. One birdie, one bogey so far. Paula Creamer with birdies at 3 and 4. Atha Munoz starting bogey, and then going birdie 4, birdie 5. Suzanne Pedersen has dropped a shot at the 7th, but the story so far of the morning has been Angela Stanford, who has tumbled down to find herself 5 shots out of the lead when she started just 1 back. She has made 2 bogeys and 1 double bogey already. So the very best in the world are here, and the fans have come out in their numbers to watch them strut their stuff at the Sentosa Golf Club. And now Paula Creamer with the opportunity of cutting the gap to 1 for a birdie at 7.
Needs to settle down. Now that's gone to, again, that awkward length. You should make them, but they're easy to miss.
Boy, that was fast.
Wasn't it fast? Pete, just having a look down the board at some of the other players, someone else who's moving today, Sandra Gall, has 4 holes to play. Now, she's started on the back. She went out in 35 with a double bogey in it.
Sure.
And then she started on the front. Bogey, birdie, 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 birdie. So she's actually 4 under on today's round. So she's working away towards a really good payday. Won't catch the leaders, but she's certainly made a big move up the board.
Well, that's about what you do on Sunday. If you're out of contention, just try and get as many Rolex World Ranking points and get some dollars in the bank as well. Morgan Pressel is going to finish up with a few of those. Here she is with her birdie opportunity at 7. Talked about what a productive year it has been for Morgan so far. She's going to finish up 4 times inside the top 22 by the look of it. Tied for 11th in the Bahamas, tied for 6th in Australia, tied for 22nd in Thailand. At the moment, she's outright 7th. The action's going to be hot, and we've got weather to match on Sunday in Singapore. Good day to get some refreshment into you and then possibly pop up the umbrella. Look for some of the cooling fans around the course. Try and stay cool and watching the hot action. Final round of the HSBC Women's Champions. The 2014 edition, Peter Donegan and Sandy McKenzie in the box. Kate Burton out on course. Teresa Liu out on the 7th, looking for a birdie. That green at 7 is so fast.
Yes, where the pin sits there, you're just at the area where it just starts to slope towards the back. So you feel like you're coming uphill, but then if you give it a little bit too much, all of a sudden you've got that awkward length for the second putt. Teresa giving that a bit of a run. Now Paula also has this one for her par.
And just the sort of length that will get you full attention. So important, this putt, to maintain the score, but not to halt any momentum that Paula has been able to establish. Well done, good positive stroke.
Yeah, it was nice and firm. So Paula walks away there, still just 2 behind. So you scoot back down the fairway. Well, Atha doesn't think she can get there because the players are still on the green, but she's going to come out of the rough and just place it short somewhere.
Well, there's 2 fairway.
It's Katie's turn for the hiccups today.
I'm back now, I think, and that has just nestled up. She's avoided one of them.
We'll come back to you in a moment, Kate, because up ahead, Teresa Liu is putting to remain at -6.
Good bold stroke. I like the way she does that. She's not really tentative with anything.
No.
And Sometimes it gives her a little bit of grief, but on these greens, those nice bold 4-footers are a good idea. Now for Angela Stanford, her second shot. Now that's a big draw right to left.
She had about 217 to the front, Sandy.
Wasn't really what
hooky shot.
Yeah, it wasn't what she was trying to do at all. So Angela just not quite doing what she would think is required here at the moment.
She was asked what her strategy was coming into Sunday after play yesterday when she sat with Kari Webb in the media conference, and she said, what I might do is send Webby a 6-pack of beer. Kari said, I'll probably have one and fall asleep.
Now Kari looks like she is in range.
244 yards. Not much breeze helping. It's a 3-wood for Kari. That's also slightly left. It needs to have a good bounce and it needs to travel. Oh, it's had a good bounce.
Got the first bit.
Well, it certainly did sneaks onto the front, but look how far away from the pin she is.
Well, we can probably tell Kari that she's got about a 90-foot putt there.
Wow, that's a lot. And the worst part is it's going to be uphill, so she's going to have to judge it so well because it's going to be uphill, but then it's going to be downhill on the other side, so she's going to have to take a lot of care.
Michelle Wee has short-sighted herself here at 9. Here's her third, no green to work with, and she's played a beauty.
Yeah, that's very nice. She had a lot of bunker to carry there, and beautifully done by Michelle. Deep bunkers too. It helps when you're 6 foot tall because you might have a chance of seeing the top of the flag from down there.
Here's Atha with her third shot at 7, and she's getting used to coming out of the rough from what we've seen lately, Kate.
Atha just getting caught up a little bit there in that lie. We saw her with a horrible lie on the previous hole.
We'll check in on that in a moment. Let's move ahead and see if Michelle Wee can salvage her par. This for an outward 9 of 35. She's in a very good space at the moment, Michelle Wee. Had the opportunity of chatting with her earlier this week, and this is the thing. Look at that. Look at that positive attitude.
Never used to see that. It was always stress and strain on Michelle's face, and she's just loving it. Paula Creamer on the par 3, 8th.
Long way back there today. It's an interesting pin placement there. Look at the change of colour. That sits almost at the top of the ridge. If you go a foot or two past, you might finish up all the way at the back of the green there at 8.
Let's take a look at Paula. And the distinctive thing with Paula these days is she's got rid of that huge dip. She does still drop down just a little bit at this point, but she used to duck her head right down, and it was extraordinary because it used to drop like 4 or 5 inches. It was quite amazing. Does get up on her toes a lot, always has done, but it works for her. But it's just simplified a little bit more now.
And I think one thing that magnificent extreme slow-mo shows with Paula too is her extension through the ball. Teresa Liu in line for a big payday. She'd prefer it if the big payday came with a trophy. Good looking shot. Keep coming.
Well, that's even better than Michelle Wee's. That is gorgeous on this very, very tough hole. Pin 37 back. It's playing 177 yards. And I really like the way she plays. See, you see this in all the girls, the big shoulder turn, the feet are solid on the ground. It's like a coil, a spring effect. Then they start to drive the hips, the legs through, drop the club down on the inside. Head still there. She's still looking down at the ground a long time after that ball's gone.
Pretty hard act to follow for Morgan Pressel after Teresa's tee shot. I mentioned the number today is 184. She's got 147 front, pins 37 on 7 from the right. Calling for it to sit.
That's pretty good. Nice shot from Morgan Pressel. Just having a look through the scores. Now, we said there are some pretty dramatic pins out there today. There have been 14 double bogeys so far.
And here's a lady who's got one of them, and probably the most prominent one to get a double bogey, Angela Stanford.
Good pitch this is from Angela Stanford. Needs to release and chase up.
It's doing that. This could be great. Well, she's got the chance of getting one of those 4 shots back. But she's got herself into a position now where absolutely everything is going to have to go right from here, and she can't afford a comma in the sentence at all.
Yes, she'd love to go and start those first 6 holes again. But she needs to reel off a number of birdies at this point when you've got somebody like Kari Webb sitting at the top of the leaderboard. However, I will just wish her well on this putt, because it is all of 90 feet. You can see where the ridge comes into play. It's a bit darker here as it lightens off. That's the top of the ridge. And then once it gets towards the flag, it starts going back towards the water. So it's a hard one to get the length right.
Kate, you're looking at this firsthand. What's a good result from here? What distance from the pin would be a good result with Kari's putt here?
Well, the key is that the second putt isn't going to be so quick.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, anything within 6 foot will be a very good effort. There's so much to take into consideration.
Well, we know the measurement is 31 paces on, so we know that this is around about 90 feet. The familiar routine tries to get a feel for what the pace might be, and then maybe break it down into compartments. That's what the players often do with these long putts.
The interesting thing with Kari is there's no practice putt over the ball.
It's up, but that really needs to keep on going.
It is,
Oh,
it's
what a
rolling
good
on.
Wow.
putt.
That is sensational.
Exceptional touch by Kari. Mikey gave her the thumbs up there. That was brilliant from where she was.
And I've got to say, from that low-angle camera off the club, I didn't think that that was enough.
No, it looked like it was going to go halfway, and it just shows how quick this is. Well done, Kari Webb. It's going to be a birdie for her, so she'll go into red figures. But more importantly, she's going to stretch the lead to 3.
If she holds that one.
Oh, very confident after seeing the first putt, Pete.
Stranger things have
Oh,
happened.
absolutely.
You know a lot about horse racing, Sandy. There's an expression in horse racing, it's called the early crow. And that is when you predict things before they're about to happen. And what that generally means is that they don't.
Yes, very, very true. But I'm still feeling confident she'll get that one.
I think you're right.
But Paula, yeah, she has a chance for her birdie here. Now this will take her to -3 for today.
Well, this, in light of what's happened, and she doesn't know what's happening behind her, but in light of that, this becomes very important. Going to be hard to catch Kari if she's 3 in front when they make the turn. Big swing from her right. Just to get to -10.
Beautiful pace. And you see that how that ball was going right to left, and at the hole it started moving back towards left to right. That just shows how it falls away behind the hole. But that was very well judged by Paula.
One good thing for Paula here, Sandy, in this final round is she's going to be able to call upon some good memories of last year. She played really well around this golf course. Had a top 3 finish. That's always handy when you feel as though you're at home at a place, even though this is just the second time this title's being held here.
And of course that was coming off a week when we thought she may not even play after the car accident they were involved in Thailand. For Munoz, this is for birdie, but she'll be happy with a par, I think.
I think she thought it was going to break a little bit more from her left to right. That putt actually stayed quite straight.
Certainly did, and it finished up about 2 feet from the hole. So Athel will stay at -8. In all likelihood, she's going to find herself 4 shots back in a moment.
There is a treacherous pin here at 9, tight right. If you miss it right, you're in Anna Nordquist territory. Suzanne Pedersen. Oh, that's nice. going to be quick because it certainly falls down to the right-hand side, but puts her in range.
Meantime, the chance for Angela Stanford to get back one of the 4 shots she's dropped. Well done. That's a good fight back from the Texan. It's got to be step by step from here, and every step is going to have to be well measured. But that's a start.
Nice shot in here by Morgan Pressel. Morgan over par today, just to get it back to even. It always looked good. That was well done by Morgan, so she goes back to -6 up there with Stanford, Lou, Pedersen.
Even par for the day now, Morgan Pressel. So is it going to be effectively a tap-in birdie for Kari Webb? The answer is yes. And the past champion stretches the lead out to 3. No wonder she's smiling. Now, that is something that you don't see a lot from Kari Webb on the golf course. Everyone's just so relaxed this year.
It's amazing, isn't it? And mind you, she wasn't smiling like that for 13 holes yesterday. Teresa Liu just finishes out there, so she's at -7. She's steady.
And as Sandy just mentioned, it was tough going yesterday for Kari, but what she was able to do was not damage her card too much. She was treading water and then got things going in the run into the house. And now that patch has seen her up to a 3-shot lead. Ather has tapped in and she has kept herself in the top 3. So it's Kari Webb by 3 from Paula and Ather and Teresa Liu, Angela Stanford and Suzanne Pedersen finding themselves with a big task on this final day at the Sentosa Golf Club. You're watching the 4th round of the HSBC Women's Champions. Speaking of HSBC, Sandy, in around about 40 minutes' time, we're going to be welcoming our good friend from HSBC, Giles Morgan, the global head of sponsorship, into the commentary box for his usual chat. And we do thank HSBC, Giles, Guy Harvey, Samuel, everyone associated with HSBC for their magnificent support.
It's always wonderful to have a chat with Giles, and he pops into the commentary box with us. And oh, Peter, I'm guessing around 3:45-ish. See that lovely big hexagon suite up there? You and I could be standing on that balcony.
Okay, let's do that then.
I think it'd be a nice place to end a pretty spectacular tournament.
I wonder if Paula Creamer will be up there with us, because traditionally the champion brings that magnificent trophy up late on a Sunday afternoon. And if there is to be a challenge to Kari Webb, perhaps it is going to be Paula. Of the players that you see on the leaderboard there, Chella Choi +1 for the day. Nayeon Choi is +2 for the day. And Sandra Gale, we just saw her name, as Sandy mentioned before, 4 under par. And she had 4 birdies on the bounce between 2 and 5.
Well, I think the difficulty for everybody else here today, one, you've got Kari Webb 3 shots clear, but the fact that the pins are so tough in some of these places on these greens that it is going to make birdies very, very difficult. So, geez, someone's going to have to play some seriously good golf, because you can't imagine that Kari is going to falter too much. Went a little quiet in the early stages yesterday, but then she got it going. But she's looking good today.
I mean, at the end of the day, when you talk about great golf tournaments, I mean, truly great golf tournaments, they tend to have 3 things in common: outstanding field, outstanding TV, and an outstanding venue. You get check, check, and check when you talk about HSBC Singapore. 10 of the top 10 here this week. You're talking about a golf course that's going to bring out the best, and the past champions prove it. And you're talking about a sponsor that helps us get this thing televised in over 150 countries worldwide. So we're in Singapore, we're having fun here, but people and fans literally around the world are paying attention. That's what gives it such a major feel.
LPGA Commissioner Mike Wan talking about this much-loved tournament, and one of the reasons is this great golf course here at Sentosa. This is the 8th, and today it measures 184.
Yeah, tough pin here as well. Well, it's slightly uphill all the way this par 3. Falls away at the back. Now, that's a little bit of a problem today because the pin is fairly well back right. It's 37 on and 7 from the right, so playing 177 yards. But once you get into that back right corner, it falls off the back and it falls off the right side as well. So a little tricky.
And here we are on the tee with our leader, and that lead has been extended to 3 shots. Kari Webb, 147 to the front, 37 on 7 from the right is the whole location. And that will do nicely.
Just feeding its way around to just below the pin a little bit there. It's a good spot to putt from. Suzanne Pedersen. Well, this is going to be quick because this is pin high on the 9th. Oh, that was a very, very nice roll from Suzanne Pedersen. Had her run halted at the 7th hole, the par 5, when a great second shot just took a big bounce and right through the back and via the water. But just to go out in 35. So just 1 under on today's round.
Sandy, we just spoke with Mike Wan about the big field that this tournament has. I was talking to IMG's global head of golf this morning, Guy Kinnings, and he said exactly the same thing. Just feels like a major championship, the way that everything is set up. And the players all agree with that. Angela hating that at 8.
Angela really seems to be at sorts with her golf swing today. It was all going so well, and today she's put a lot of not great swings on the club, and she's got a lot of shots going left today.
I'll tell you what, though, that's a good miss. That could have gone anywhere.
Oh, it's better there than on the right-hand side because she would have been in trouble.
Paula Creamer, 3 back from the lead. Tee shot at 9. They've moved the tee up at 9 today, 355 yards. But that's the good news. The bad news is we know where they've put the pin.
Yeah, they may have moved it forward. However, then they became quite nasty. It's in a horrible spot. Back to the 8th tee with Atha Munoz. Still on her own in 3rd place. Even today. Come on, if this runs out a little bit. Just land a little softly there for Atha.
She's been as good as anyone on the par 3s this week, Sandy. She's been -3 for the par 3s, and of the last 3 groups out, only Carolyn Headwell has been better than that by 1 shot. Atha, though, her record on the back 9 would be concerning for her, I would think, this week. She's going to need to make up as many as possible in the next 2 holes. She's -7 on the front 9 this week, and yet she's played the back 9 in -1. And that, if it continues, is going to make her task of overhauling Kari Webb very difficult.
Look at the crowds in the background there. There are people all over this golf course today, not just following this final group. You could see right across the course today, and they were everywhere, pouring in the gates. Wonderful atmosphere.
And why wouldn't you, when you've got these great players? Now, there is one of the great combinations of golf. They work themselves around the golf course very well, these two, Colin and Paula, and they plot things out. Now, they did it yesterday on this very hole because this was Paula's 2nd shot into 9. And one thing that they pride themselves on doing, Sandy, is working out the angles, not necessarily going straight at the pin, but using the contours to your advantage. And it certainly happened here at 9 yesterday.
Yes, well, everybody knows if you get it right, it will come off that bank well, and she got it very, very right. And that was by far the most superior shot we saw on 9 yesterday. It was quite superb from Paula. Pin in a totally different place today. That left bank is not going to come into play. But that big right gully might, and that's what you're trying to avoid. The pin is only 4 paces from the right-hand side, and it's down. You can see the bank. It runs all the way down towards the 18th green.
And while Paula waits and assesses the situation, Morgan Presser with her second shot in. Anything right of the hole here, you would have to think is a mistake. And Morgan's come up with a beauty. That's going to be quick, but they're all going to be quick around there.
Well, try and find a spot there that's going to be flat and slow. So that's very, very good. Angela Stanford, after another shot that she got going well left, but she has found the green. This is for birdie. That's going to come up way, way short for Angela, so she's in fear of moving further back.
You're right, she just seems at odds with things on this Sunday. Paula, is she going to go straight at it? Not much club, just a 355-yard hole, little flick in, and she is not going to be happy with that result.
Talk about quick. There's too much club. I didn't mind the angle there. I know the left-hand side opens up the green more, but it's all going away from you. And coming down the right-hand side, you're sort of hitting into the bank, but just a little too much club there for Paula.
And the 9th hole today proving to be the 6th hardest hole on the course, just the 2 birdies. Speaking of birdies, Ather in search of one at 8. Up the hill. Should be no harm done. Just the 1 career victory. And that comes as a surprise to a lot of people with the talent that Ather has, but she had a good year, a year that was satisfying to her last year. Kari Webb's, how many good years has she had? Rookie year was 1996, so she is in her 19th year on the tour.
Yeah, what a career it has been for Kari, and I think the best part is I still think she's playing some of her best golf now.
Couldn't agree more.
This for birdie, this to extend the lead. It's going to come up shy. Didn't have the pace on that from the word go. Playing okay today, this hole, 2.9. There have been only 3 bogeys, 6 birdies, so a lot of pars have gone through here today.
And speaking of the way Kari's playing, of course, she has that incredibly tempting carrot being dangled in front of her. Rio 2016. Would mean so much to her.
Yeah, Kari is somebody who really, as we said, unbelievably proud Australian. And that would be the icing on the cake to represent her country in the Olympics.
Angela Stanford for par. Well, she'll take that result after what she thought of her tee shot. And of course, these players will, in many cases, get to represent their country in the International Crown, which is an addition to the LPGA calendar in 2014. That's coming up in just a few months' time. Let's go back to this putting action at 9, and this is the time where you would like a little bit of super glue on the putter face.
Wow, this is a tough read, because you can see as it gets down 2/3 of the way down. Now that gives you probably a better indication of the slope coming down here, but then it all starts falling right to left. So it is a very hard one to judge this, but she won't want to put too much pace on this. Paula just giving this a really good look, and she's getting Morgan to move her marker just a little further away, because obviously realised she needs to head in that direction.
There's an example of what I was talking about before, Sandy, that sometimes what the pros do is they break the putt down into 2, sometimes 3 parts, probably 2 parts here.
It isn't about just standing over a putt. You're right, they do break it down in 2 or 3 segments, and then it's visualisation, just visualising the ball rolling to the hole. But when they get these difficult putts, they do go, right, the first segment's going to do this, then it's going to do this. It's not a matter of just looking at the hole and hitting it out to the right.
An unlikely birdie opportunity. Paula, in her heart, would probably think, I'll be happy with 2 from here. This is so rapid.
Now, it didn't break anywhere near what she thought it was going to do. She had beautiful pace on that. Because you know that big bank is there, it's so easy to get a little too far out. Kari for par at the 8th. No problem with that, so she maintains that 3-shot lead from Paula Creamer.
Big hello to everyone watching in Queensland, in Australia, through Fox Sports, in particular Air in Queensland. I think the power surge might be going on there with the TV sets.
Oh, I'm sure all Kari's family and friends and everybody else in Air will be glued to their screens watching this.
Well, this is no snack for Teresa Liu, even though this is coming in a different direction, but everything's sloping down towards that front right corner.
Settle. That's okay. Still going about her business there, just at +1 today. She was 2 over till she played that spectacular iron into the previous par 3. About 37, so it's going to be a seriously good payday for Teresa Liu if she can just maintain this.
Found it great yesterday, Sandy, that she was more nervous about doing the post-round interview than she was getting out there playing with the best players in the world. That's a measure of her composure this week.
Wasn't that funny? She was so nervous about the interview, and she speaks beautiful English.
Let's have another look at the 9th. As I mentioned, they've moved the tee up here. So we go from 402 yards up to 355 yards. So also the complexion of this hole has changed, but it's all about the pin placement.
Well, it has changed because you haven't got to be quite as tight on these bunkers, and you can actually go a little more down the centre because it does flatten out a little bit down there today. But in doing that and making the teeing area a little easier, they have been absolutely diabolical, the LPGA, with this pin. Where that little bit at the end of the first bunker is, between the 2 bunkers, there it is. It's an absolute shocker there today because it all falls down there. We saw Anna Nordqvist hit the pin with a beautiful shot and ended up in just a horrendous situation.
Driver for Kari. Hasn't hit a lot of drivers.
But because the forward pin tends to take that right bunker out of play a little bit. You see, she's right past it now, so she doesn't have to worry about it. So, of course, she can afford to go with the driver and get it well down there.
Yeah, and there's a good illustration of the slope of the fairway as well. Severe slope left to right. Meantime, up ahead, 355 yards up ahead at the green with the shortened length today. Morgan Pressel breathing on this one to help it on its way. And they're taking the line that it's going to come back a long way from the right, and it's just holding its line.
Yes, those putts are looking fairly flat there, and everybody has got it pretty much wrong, but when you stand there, it looks like it's going to do that.
Yeah, it looks as though it has to.
Angela Stanford, she's got the driver out. Where she hit this one, because there have been a number of left shots. That's a better looking drive from Angela. She does get good distance, Angela Stanford. She really gets the ball out there.
Longest drive this week, 276 yards on the 7th hole on Friday. Kari's longest has been 266. Paula Creamer's par putt rolls it in without too many difficulties. That's a very good outward 9 of 34. Just what she wanted, to get those red figures on the card, but perhaps more importantly, keep the blue ones off it.
Yeah, she's got to keep plodding her way along. Someone's giving her a good laugh there. Don't make any mistakes. That's the important part today. Chasing Kari Webb, as is Atha. I do like the way she plays golf.
Very impressive package, isn't she? She presents herself so well. She's got a great game. She's got an infectious personality. And that's what makes the LPGA so marketable. People like Atha.
Atha doesn't have a downside.
No, that's very true. So they make the long march down the 9th fairway, and they're all in good shape. And Kari Webb's in particularly good shape when you look at that leaderboard, having picked up the 1 shot today. Despite making that early bogey at the 3rd, she does what champions do and gets things back balanced again. 3 shots in front of Paula Creamer, who heads to the back 9 on Sunday. Atha's away in good fashion with her drive at 9. Teresa Lou's been very impressive with the way she's been able to compose herself. Angela Stanford has a fight on her hands, and Morgan Pressel is in for a big check on this Sunday at the Serapong course in Singapore. Mikey just doing the sums in the most important book that any golfer can read.
Just having a little look again at one of our players, Alison Walsh. Peach got off to a good start. The first 2 will come back to Alison.
Colours blue.
Your favourite holiday destination?
Anywhere where there's a beach and a pool and a book.
Your favourite TV show?
I guess what I watch the most is probably SportsCenter in the States. I don't really watch regular TV enough.
Your favourite food?
That's a tough one. Anything that goes well with red wine.
Flats or heels?
Flats.
Gym or shopping?
Well, I'm not much of a shopper. Only when there's a necessity to go shopping, and I don't like the gym, but I guess if I have to choose between 2, I would say gym.
What's the one thing you cannot live without?
I don't know. I guess these days probably your mobile phone. It seems to be attached at the hip.
So, dream 4-ball?
Dream 4-ball, I guess, would be I'd like to play golf. I mean, it'll never happen, but one day with my coach, Calvin Heller. Probably my grandfather, who helped get me into the game, and I'd probably add my dad, I guess.
Okay, sporting idol, either golf or non-golf?
Well, I always looked up to Greg Norman, so, I mean, that comes straight to the top of my mind.
And if Kari Webb wasn't a professional golfer, what would she be doing?
I don't know. I was always told to have a backup plan, but I never seriously thought about it, so I'm glad golf worked out.
Justin Higgs catching up with Kari Webb. And here is our leader, Kari Webb, with her 2nd shot at the 12th, with a lead of 3, and this devilishly difficult front right pin placement. Just a little flick in, but it's got to be so precise.
A little added difficulty there because the ball is slightly below her feet. That's why everybody's going a little bit to the left of the flag, because expecting it to move a little bit left to right. A little bit disappointed with that, Kari. She got the ball a long way down there off the tee.
And I think that was a reasonably good commercial shot, though, with a 3-shot lead. Michelle Wee has a par saver here at 11 and drains it. Going along nicely. Picked up 1 shot today. Michelle's up in a tie for 8th with So-Yeon Yu and Inbee Park. And for the fans of the world number 1, she's -1 for the day.
Again, you can see the slope on the fairway here at 9 for Atha. Just want to keep it at the flag or left of. Oh, she's flown it right over. Now, with any luck, it'll keep working its way down a little bit.
That's what she's hoping. She's pulling the string. At 10, Paula Creamer beginning the back 9. No need for driver here, according to Paula.
A bit of an S-bend here. It's a very narrow area for these players. There's a bunker just over on that right-hand side. There's a bunker at the left that can be reached. Very, very small area to drive it into.
Ball below her feet for Angela Stanford. This will promote a shape of shot that will come from left to right. So she needs to be careful with it. Over the top of the flag too. That was a very brave shot.
Certainly would look good in the air as well, but gives herself a chance. Angela, something has to happen here for her because it has certainly gone in the wrong direction.
And we're about to bring you up to date with what has happened and what has caused the changes up at the top of the leaderboard. First of all, at the 8th, Teresa Liu continues to hang in there. She got an early bogey on the card at the 2nd. She was able to regain her composure, which has been so admirable this week, and this was a simply brilliant shot. A tee shot at 8, tap-in birdie for Teresa, and she got it back to even par for the day.
But the par 5 7th, Curry Webb made it to the green. This was for eagle, but it was miles from the pin. Just 2 putts would be great. And what a beautiful roll it was. Perfectly judged by Curry.
Angela Stanford needed this. She dropped 4 shots in the first 6 holes. Showing great fighting qualities, was able to come up with the birdie at 7 and get 1 of them back.
Par 3, 8th hole, slightly uphill all the way. This was Morgan Pressel's birdie putt, so she's hanging in there. Plenty of bend on that, and she read it beautifully.
Morgan goes out in 36 even par and finds herself 6 shots adrift of our leader, and our leader has arrived at the 9th. So they say that it begins the back 9 on Sunday, and if Kari could have been guaranteed a 3-shot lead going to the back 9, I think she would have been pretty delighted with that, and that's the way it's looking.
Now Atha from behind the flag, it will be Swift. Beautiful putt by Atha. That's taken more break, but she was closer to the bunker than anybody else that we've seen, and there is a bit of quite a steep bridge there, so that took a lot more break than any of the other players that we have seen coming from the back. So that's okay. Out and an even par 36. Got off to a shocking start, but those 2 birdies certainly helped.
Great viewing area around the 9th where the big screen is. Many of the gallery will have perched themselves there and watched the players come up through 9, and then they might even stay around that area because 18 is not far away. It's over to the left as we look at it. And there could be some fun and games over at 18 later on with the pin placement as well down in the front left corner. But that's a long way away for Kari Webb. She knows that it's all about the process here, doing the same thing over and over again as she has done all the way through her career. This familiar putting technique where she lines herself up. A lot of players like to putt looking at the hole over their shoulder. She likes to look straight at the hole. Pick the line, stand up, pull the trigger. And that's all she needs to do, really.
It certainly is. I mean, you don't like to say play it safe, because Kari's just a super competitor anyhow, so she's going to still be trying to make birdies, but I think what you'll see is she won't make any silly errors. There is, you know, a safe way, especially when you've got incredibly difficult pins out here. They're very tight, they're very long, they're tucked away. She just mightn't take that many of those tiger lines today.
Front pin at 10. It's just 6 on, 6 from the left. Morgan Pressel having a look at it with her 2nd shot.
That was a really weird swing from Morgan Pressel. Wow. That was very, very quick. There was a bit of a loop in the top. You could see it. Let's have a look at this. This is really interesting. She's very quick here. Now look at the club move out. She makes a move out and across, and wow, that was an unusual one. That's a forgettable moment for her.
Can't think where that came from.
It just came out of the blue.
So uncharacteristic of the way Morgan's been playing this year and this week. Very fast down the hill for Angela Stanford.
Oh, look at this. Now settle down. It was she was right up the slope of the back of the bunker there too, so that was a very steep little bank that she was up on. It's quite surprising the ball actually stayed there.
Paula Creamer's got to try and block out what happened to Morgan Pressel just in case she happened to be watching.
Now that's a nicer rhythm That was a rhythm that Morgan Pressel certainly didn't have in her previous shot, but just not quite the line there for Paula. She just let that one leak out to the right a little bit. So they know they've got to make some birdies, and a bit of frustration will set in, Pete, if they can't get in there close, giving themselves opportunities.
Absolutely right, Sandy. And Angela Stanford is in that boat now after going out in 39. And that disaster at the 6th hole has made her task very much more difficult.
Teresa Liu, her shot, can she get it close here on 10? No, it's very difficult when you've got these front tight pins. That's going to run away down the bank. So nobody really giving the pin a scare in any shape or form there.
I'll be interested to get your take on what Kari might do with pins like that, whether she just plays the commercial shot to the centre of the green now and looks for her 2 putts on the back 9. Here's the world number 1. Birdie opportunity for Inby Park at the 12th, the par 5. And getting it. Inby being assisted around by the caddy of the year, Brad Beecher. And we won't get that bib off him for about the next 6 months, I don't think.
Oh, I think he'll be wearing it out tonight.
So as I said, they say it starts here at the turn on Sunday, and the leader is Kari Webb. She came from 5 back to win the Australian Open Championship a couple of weeks ago, so a 3-shot advantage is going to see her very hard to beat. But the chasers will maintain the faith. Paula Creamer came so close to victory here last year, so she's got a good feel about this golf course. She's been displaying that with some superb play so far in Singapore. She's got her eye on the prize. Ather is also very much in contention. Her iron play has been delightful this week. The putter has been working. She's rescued herself from difficult situations. She finds herself 4 back as they enter the back 9, and she still harbours hopes of holding the trophy aloft. The back 9 on Sunday at the HSBC Women's Champions.
Now at the 10th hole with Kari. See, just the 3 wood in hand. And I think we'll see a lot of this today, just playing it safe off the tee. She won't risk too much, but she will still be trying to, you know, she'll still be trying to have a good score, but she probably won't be taking the silly lines.
Well, let's hope that Morgan Pressel can forget about what just happened. Here's her 3rd shot at 10. And she's done a very good job of that, and she might make a par after all.
Well, I'll be interested to see if she's... I'm guessing she doesn't really want to see a replay of that 2nd swing, because it really was quite a shocker. Angela Stanford now. She's going with driver on this hole. There's bunkers right, bunkers left.
Yet again, just one hand on the club in the follow-through, but she got the A-grade kick there.
And again, that ball was going fairly well left.
Yep.
Been a lot of those today. Just the timing just not quite there. Kari applying a lot more sunscreen. It's very hot out there today.
It is. It's really oppressive. Even around about 9 o'clock in the morning here, it was very hot. Teresa Liu chipping it in. There you go. Not for the first time this week. She chipped in from the back of 8 the other day, and now she's managed to knock one in at 10, and that puts her up to 8 under, and that means she's equal with Ather in 3rd place. Let's have a look at the 10th hole, measuring 384 yards.
Now this gives you a good look at what the players have ahead of them. You can play with the 3 wood short of this right bunker, or if you want to go with the driver, you've got to aim it towards that left bunker there. But it's very tight. It's like a big S-bend. So once you can negotiate that and actually find the fairway, then it's fairly flat up there, but you come into a green that's very long, not very wide. But the pin today is one of those awkward front pins. It's really hard when the green is so flat like this. Look, they've stuck it right in the front, and sometimes they can be more tricky than a back pin.
Yeah, we've got a couple of front pins today, most notably the ones at 10 and 18. More about that later on. Now, Ather has heard Sandy's description of the hole and elected to play it the safe way, not taking the driver out and aiming it at that left trap, but taking it down the right-hand side with 3 wood, and that seems like a good plan.
Played some spectacular irons yesterday. Atha really put them close to the pin and gave herself a lot of opportunities. Paula Creamer is long range for birdie up ahead at the green. Just runs it by a little bit. But the key to these greens is to get it close to the flag, because you can be on the green, but you can be nowhere near the pin. And that's where those greens and regulation stats and things are a little confusing at times, because somebody may not actually be hitting the ball all that well, but because they're so big, you can sneak your way on. But makes for interesting putting.
Paula's greens in regulation this week, 69% of greens hit in regulation. The best in the field has been Carolyn Headwell, who's hit 83% of greens, and that is good going this week. Hasn't reflected necessarily on her scorecard. Paula tidies up for par, and this would be a good four if Morgan's able to come up with it, and there might be just a little smile on her face if she gets out of it, but she doesn't. Pays the price for just an aberration.
Yeah, well, really, if she got away with par after the second shot she hit, she would have been the luckiest player alive, because it really was a horrible swing.
Well, those things happen sometimes to even the very best in the game. Morgan Pressel marches off the 10th after making a 5, and now she finds herself a fair way adrift. She's back at -5, and she is 7 shots behind our leader, Kari Webb, who's got her drive away on the 10th. Paula Creamer 3 back, so she's going to have to press hard, Paula, to get the victory. Teresa Liu won't be intimidated. We know that. She hasn't been all week. Atha's 4 behind, so she's still a chance. Everything will need to go right for Angela Stanford. Kari Webb's got the 3-shot advantage in search of her second crown as the HSBC Women's Champions.
Just take a little look at where things are standing right now, and there has been some ups and downs and a little bit of shuffling going on, but the one thing that has been constant is the name at the top of the leaderboard, Kari Webb at -12. 3 shots clear, just 1 under today, but she doesn't actually have to do a lot. She's just got to keep it going, not make any silly mistakes. We see Paula Creamer, she's 2 under. Birdies are hard to come by today. These pin placements are quite severe in certain places. Teresa Liu there really hanging on well. Picked up that chip-in birdie at the 10th hole after a spectacular second shot at the 8th. So it was 2 birdies in 3 holes for Teresa Liu. Atha going along okay, got off to a horrible start with a couple of bogeys, but then picked up back-to-back birdies on the 4th and the 5th holes. Angela is having a horrible day, but there's a few swing issues out there for Angela Stanford today. She's hit a lot of stray shots, so it's just she's having one of those days that you have. Things are not going right. So-Yeon Yu, she's making a big move up the leaderboard today. -4 for her round, just with 3 holes to play. Inby's also picked up a couple. It is a big day. There's a lot of money at stake. There are a lot of Rolex rankings points at stake as well. And even all these players down the list will be working hard at getting as far up that board as they possibly can today.
Well, apart from the very best golfers in the world, there's plenty to do here at Sentosa Golf Club. With some golf of your own, you can go into the replica road hole and see if you can get the ball out. You can have a little nap if you want to. There's plenty to eat and drink. And there's all sorts of things in the interactive village that you can use to while away the day. The official hotels, the Fairmont and the Swissôtel are represented there. Get there and swing the club, free the arms, and hopefully you might even be able to do it as well as Kari Webb. That's doubtful, though, given the fact that she's the leader by 3. Here she is with her second shot at 10. We've already seen it's a front left pin, 6 on, 6 from the left.
Curry just playing that to the right side. Got a decent old bounce on it, that ball, but you'll probably find that she'll do this, Pete. She'll take the side that is safer and just play it to that side of the flag. She just doesn't want to do anything stupid. She still can set herself up for a heap of birdies, you know, attempts. But as long as she continues to make par, that will be the important thing.
There is the magnificent HSBC Hexagon Suite and the World Suite beside the 18th. And I'm happy to say that HSBC's Global Head of Marketing, Giles Morgan, has torn himself away from the Hexagon Suite to come and join us for our regular chat in the commentary box. Good to see you, my friend.
That's good to be here.
It's a bit of a different setting here compared to where you were in the Hexagon Suite. Not a bad place to watch the golf, really.
A lot of HSB customers are enjoying a very good lunch, which you tore me away from, so it's
Sorry
good to
about
be
that.
here.
We'll take a look at Arthur Munoz going along steady. Okay.
Very nice.
That'll do. That's tidy from Arthur. Gives herself a really good chance at birdie, and she is really hanging in there, playing very well since she got off to that bad start.
Giles, as we look at Paula Creamer about to play her second to 11, one thing that I am always impressed with is the passion that you personally and Guy Harvey Samuel and everyone from HSBC displays about this week. It's something, yes, it is part of your job, but it's also really something that's dear to your heart.
Yeah, this is our 7th tournament here in Singapore, and we've learnt a lot over the years. We have a great relationship with the LPGA, with the players, the media, and we've learnt a lot. And we take a lot of pride in this sponsorship and have made a lot of friends along the way, putting on a world-class golf tournament here in Singapore.
And part of the reason you're able to do that is the likes of Paula Creamer and all the LPGA players who are so helpful, and they get the message and they want to be part of it.
I think the LPGA players are fantastic ambassadors for the game of golf. We've run 36 professional golf tournaments around the world since 2003. And there's no doubt at all that the LPGA players are the cream of looking after and being responsible for their sport in all sorts of different ways, at the Pro-Am, at events going on. They're a delight to work with.
Angela Stanford just playing her second shot in here to 10 to this short front pin. Well, that's better from Angela Stanford. The front 9 was something I think she'd rather forget, but she may kickstart this back 9 and get something going.
Well, she's 5 back at the moment. She might get it to 4 back, so it's not completely out of the question yet. Morgan Pressel, her second shot to 10, let's just say not what she wanted. Here's her second shot to 11. Hole location 29 on, 9 from the right. Beautiful part of the golf course here. I know you've played a bit of golf with Morgan. I think you played with Morgan in the Pro-Am last year, if I'm right.
I did. I think I didn't play the shot she's about to play now. I think I was in the deep stuff.
I think you might have played the shot she just played with her second shot at 10, Giles. I don't know whether you saw it, but it wasn't one of Morgan's finest ones, and she's not happy with that either.
Hey, there was that. That's an iron in around about 150 yards for Morgan there, and she has really lost that a long way right.
Is that as a result of what she did at 10 and maybe just got the thought process going as she stood over the ball?
Well, it was a horrendous swing she took at 10. It was just probably the worst shot she's hit in a long, long time. And in the back of your mind, you're hitting another iron now, and it's got to play a little part. Now, Kari just easing that one down the slope. It'll be another par. So it's safe.
Giles, even apart from sponsorship and supporting the top level, the tournament play, HSBC's support goes all the way down. We saw Shan Shan Feng earlier this week going out and talking to a group of kids, and it does filter from every level your support of the game of golf.
When you have global ambassadors such as the female players playing here, it's a wonderful opportunity for us to work with our charity programs. And
whoops, she was trying to thread the eye of the needle, but it hasn't worked. Teresa Liu.
That was an incredibly aggressive attempt by Teresa Liu. There wasn't a great gap there, and she was trying to hit it through the gap and draw it back onto the green, and basically it didn't work.
We'll let Giles finish his point in a moment after we take a look at Arthur's birdie attempt after that wonderful approach here. She needs these to fall, though. Those opportunities are going to be few and far between, and that would have been the chance of getting it to -1 for the day and back to within 3 of the lead. As you were saying, Mr. Morgan.
yeah, I think just, to use global superstars such as the field that we have here, but then to go and do things in the cities where we work, where we do charity programs, which bring really world-class golfers to help bring these programs to life for charity, is a wonderful thing that sponsorship can do, as well as what we do on the golf course as well.
This for a par to remain at -8. So Atha still in the mix. We've got 5 players within 5 shots of the lead, 6 within 6. And it's probably getting a bit too much to ask for the likes of Inbee Park, Suzanne Pedersen and Morgan Pressel, who are 7 back. Speaking of Suzanne.
Par 5, 12th hole for Suzanne. Pin today on the 12th, 23 on. It's tucked over on the right-hand side. Oh, this might work okay, and it certainly is. So that is going to be an eagle putt for Suzanne. That will help her cause a lot. Take her up to -7 if she could manage to hold it.
Well, there's been some issues here at 11, and there's a bit of off-the-beaten-track stuff going on here at Sentosa. It's been a great venue, Giles. Second year here. And what's the future going ahead for the HSBC Women's Champions venue-wise?
Well, we'll certainly be here next year. Sentosa has worked really well. We had a wonderful run at Tanamera, but this has been a great golf course as well. I think it's been a real test for the players, as we can see here. So we're looking forward to being back here in a year's time for the 8th edition, which is really exciting. I can't wait for it already.
Well, this is certainly going to be a test for Teresa Liu. She took on the palm trees and lost. And she's way right on the other side of the cart path. She's got very little green to work with. She may even have some overhanging branches there that may interfere. So in all, this is a very, very tough shot. Ball looks to be sitting well down too.
Can she land it softly?
Oh,
that's outstanding.
That's the best she could possibly do from that lie. That you can't do any better than that.
And there's that smile which has been on her face for much of the week. And when you're playing like that, it's no wonder, especially when you're playing against some of the very best players in the world. Great leaderboard, wasn't it, going into today? And Kari proving why she is a champion and has been for a long time.
Well, to have 2 former champions right at the top of the leaderboard at the beginning of the day was so exciting. Kari seems to be playing superb golf yet again, has done all week. But you've got a great leaderboard and it seems to be moving around. So that's what the crowd wants, it's what people want.
I think the thing too, though, Giles, we've got great players at the top, or we've just got a great field, basically. But this golf course can jump up and bite you very, very quickly. It's a real challenge around here.
I think that's right. I think that's what's made this this tournament really come to life. We're seeing spectator numbers higher than ever. And I think people want to see a stern test of golf. And with the conditions we've had, particularly earlier in the week with the wind blowing, it's definitely bit a few people.
Well, here's a stern test, the 11th. It's certainly proving to be that way at the moment, Sandy. As Morgan gets her ruling from Pete further up, one thing that comes into play here at 11 is something that has got the attention of the players. It's those palm trees on the right.
Yeah, well, you think they'd be worried about the bunkers, but they've taken their toll, those palm trees. You get a little bit too far on that side, and they're very tall, and they're definitely in your way. Then you've got to hit to an elevated green. Now, you can't actually see the green, the base of the hole, from down the fairway, so it actually looks a very small area up there. It's an unusual shaped green. You see it's got the front left, the front right, and then it narrows at the back. The pin is all the way back today, so it's a little bit of a tough assignment down there.
J. Marie Green and Alison Walsh, the only 2 players to make 3 here. Stanford with 3 wood. That's in a good spot, just right of centre, so those trees can still come into effect a little bit.
Yeah, Pete, they're trying to stay away from that left bunker, but the fairway does actually slope left to right, so that's what runs it down towards those palms that are causing the problem. We'll just jump ahead to the 13th in B4 par.
Well, she's the best putter in the world. It's a gimme, isn't it?
It's like a 2 or 3 foot putt to anybody else.
Well, it's a bit like your putting, Giles, really, isn't it? Anything within 10 feet, you just pick it up and walk off.
Easy game.
We'll go back onto the tee now at the 11th with Kari Webb. just the 3 wood again. That'll do.
Speaking of your golf game, we've become friends over the years, and I don't want to, jeopardise that friendship. But
sorry, Giles, I don't know where this is going.
I believe
I do.
You were supposed to play with Michelle Wee the other day, and that all changed. Now, what happened there? Was it the fact that she was driving at 300 yards off the tee in Thailand, or what was the story?
It was pointed out to me that Michelle was hitting the ball prestigious distances, and that would I want to go against it. The truth is, we had a top customer who specifically requested to play with Michelle, and I felt that that he should have that opportunity, and they had a great round. I had a fabulous time with Morgan Pressel, who's had a great tournament, so I'm delighted for her.
Okay, and you expect me to believe that?
Yeah, not at all.
Atha on the tee at 11. One other thing that I know that you're really passionate about, and you have thrown your support behind, is the caddy night, because it's not only about the players this week. We had a great night on Friday night, and that is something that HSBC has supported in recent years.
Yeah, we started Caddy of the Year in 2006, so we've had 8 editions of the men's Caddy of the Year and 7 of the women's, and it's been a really important part of our both men's champions and the women's champions week in terms of all of the game coming together, from the media, the players, the caddies, and having a good evening with actually a very serious part to it, which is to recognise the work of the caddies on the professional tour.
I think the fun part of that is it is so lovely to see the players show up to support their caddy, and for Inby to get up and she said, no, it's Brad's night, and just sort of step away, and it just shows a very close bond between them.
And we did mention yesterday during our coverage, Giles, that Sean Clues, Sandra Gale's caddy, brought the house down the other night. We also did mention that we can't give you any part of that speech, but sufficient to say it had everyone in fits.
It was a great story that deserves to be told in another forum.
Morgan Pressel has taken quite a while to get the ruling. Pete's been out there, and now they've moved her away from the Stella signage. Stella Artois, one of the other great sponsors, and I'm sure a few up in the HSBC Hexagon suite will be enjoying a Stella later on in the day. Morgan, not necessarily, Sandy, though, enjoying this patch of the golf course, because things are just falling apart a little bit for her.
Well, we're on the all-important back 9. This is where it's all going to have, they'll get to the stage, the girls, where they're going to realise they're running out of holes. And it's okay while you've got a heap of holes in front of you and you think, right, I can make that up. But all of a sudden, the pressure is on. You have to make birdies. And Kari nearly has to falter, but these sorts of things don't help your cause. She's clipped the trees. Wow.
Maybe just as well.
I think the trees just played a blinder for her, really, there.
What a beautiful shot from Morgan Pressel.
Well, that was quite extraordinary. There's a very dejected-looking Angela Stanford sitting off the side.
And this is going to be something that is going to happen continuously throughout the day, and we've talked about the experience factor. Well, Angela does have it, but it's not going to affect Kari that much because she knows all about it, and she'll be able to keep herself in the zone. And it's a sign of the great champions that when they have that feeling, it's something that makes them calmer. Giles, we mere mortals, if we got to that stage, would probably have enough trouble getting the club out of the bag. Our hands would be shaking that much. But the top players, and you've had a lot to do with them, just seem so calm under pressure.
Yeah, the quality really rises to the top, particularly in this kind of situation, for sure.
So Yeon Yu, the former US Open champion, at 17, is having an excellent day. She went out in 34. Look at all those red numbers. Not a blue one on the card. And she's picked up 3 more shots on the back 9.
Birdie putt for Paula Creamer here. Now, can she edge one closer? She's not going to, because she's not got the line nor the length on that one. These greens are tough, Giles. I don't think I know a course that has bigger greens than around here. And when you've got Kari had a 90-foot eagle putt. Well, it was like, good luck to you, Kari. It's tough.
Yeah, and there's a lot of undulation, and they've been so rapid this week as well. It's, a real test.
Very good round from Sandra Gale today. 4 under par round of 68. Left herself with a bit too much work to do. She finishes in red figures. And there's the man we were talking about, Sean Clues. Looking quite comfortable out there today.
More comfortable than the story
Yes,
told.
that's enough, Sandy. Thank you. Here's Teresa Liu's par putt at 11. And unfortunately, despite the fact that she took the first step towards a very good up and down, she hasn't been able to complete it. So she's seen Kari disappear into the distance as well. This week, Giles, we've had a 2-hour program that has been going on course for the people on course in the hospitality areas, and also throughout the clubhouse live at the HSBC Women's Champions. We've had fun doing it here, and I'm sure you've had fun watching it and being a part of it.
Oh, it's been fantastic to get all the chat and all of the stuff that you guys have done, and to show golf earlier in the day has been a real bonus for the event, I have to say. It's been good fun.
Paula for par. It's sort of been like a bit like breakfast golf TV, really, hasn't it? Except, Giles, we have a bit of a... Nobody bought down those beautiful donuts and coffees, and Pete was waiting for his little glass of champers.
Sandy, I wish you'd told me that on Thursday. We could have changed things. It's too late now.
Glass of champers at 9 o'clock in the morning? I don't think so. We've got enough problems as it is. Teresa Liu's bogey putt at the 11th.
Oh, that caught the edge of the hole too, but... I'm very impressed with Teresa Liu. She's just gets on with the business. She's having a great time out there. When you watch her close up, she's a seriously good player.
And Giles, part of the fun that goes on later on is there's a competition that goes on from the Hexagon Suite, and I believe, is your beautiful wife Claire, is she the defending champion?
She could have been the defending champion.
Well, who is?
Unfortunately, in the playoff, her husband won.
Oh, how did that go over at home?
It wasn't the best result of the week last year.
I'm impressed because you are still together.
That's where it will be taking place. Giles, we'll let you get back to the lunch to rehearse for the competition later on. On a sincere note, it's great that we have you as part of our coverage. And thank you to you and everyone at HSBC for your fantastic support of this event. Long may it continue.
Thank you both very much. It's been a wonderful week.
Giles Morgan from HSBC, the global head of sponsorship. Kari Webb travelling along nicely, leads by 3 from Paula Creamer. Angela Stanford and Atha are 4 back. You're watching our final round coverage of the HSBC Women's Champions from Singapore. Here's Angela Stanford with her second shot at the 11th after a very long wait. Roundabout hole high, so not a bad result, especially when you've had to wait that long, and especially when you've got time to think about what has gone on previously. A day that looked so positive at the beginning for Angela, but it didn't take long for things to go in the opposite direction. For those of you who might be just joining us, a bogey at the first, bogey at the 5th, double bogey at the 6th. Atha's start was even worse than Angela's. She was 2 over after 2. She's done a very good job to get it back to even par. .29 on 9 from the right, so Atha far enough left that she gets a look at it. Well, she too is going to finish up on the opposite side, so we've seen some long putting here at 11. It is a very difficult assignment. Just the 2 birdies so far. Beautiful rhythmical compact action from Atha. One of those golf swings that the experts who take it apart say there aren't a lot of moving parts. Not a lot could go wrong. There's the scene on Sentosa. That's not a bad view. Probably be able to see a bit of the golf course from up there. Well, We've spoken to Giles Morgan about HSBC and their involvement. It has been so welcome since Lorena Ochoa won the first one here. She went wire to wire, by the way, and Kari Webb is trying to do just that today. But HSBC's presence is everywhere around this golf course, and we do thank Giles and Guy Harvey Samuel and everyone at HSBC for their support. Great news that it's going to continue here at Singapore next year. And I'm sure that Kari Webb is pretty pleased about that, because she's getting it around Sentosa in very impressive fashion. And yet again, that is a good commercial shot from the leader by 3. She doesn't need to do too much spectacular just to maintain the advantage. Clubhouse is a long way away. Sandy McKenzie has made her way out onto the course. Kate Burton has stepped into the commentary box to watch Paula Creamer at 12, Kate.
It's going to get warm on the back 9 for the players. Good opportunity here for Paula Creamer. She reached this green in 2 yesterday to set herself up with an eagle chance, walked off with a birdie, but she needs to start and conjure up some magic to put pressure on Webb.
And she reached it in 2 into the wind. So if there is to be someone apart from Kari holding up that trophy, it looks likely to be Paula Creamer, but it has some wonderful names on it. Lorena Ochoa captured the first one here, and then Jie Shin was able to do it. Ai Miyazato in a dominant period. Kari Webb, then Angela Stanford. The defending champion is Stacey Lewis. And here is the magnificent pendant, which will be awarded to the winner of the HSBC Women's Champions, created by Marmalade Jewellery in London using white gold. And it is simply magnificent. Presented on a 20-inch chain, and it will go to the winner. And it's modelled also on the flower of the state of the previous year's winner. Yes. So it's been back-to-back Texas designs.
Oh, but it hasn't actually, because Stacey Lewis was actually born in Ohio.
Okay.
Yep. And so Stacey Lewis being the defending champion. What is the state flower of Ohio, Pete?
I don't know, Kate. What is the state flower of Ohio?
That did stump us all, actually. It is the scarlet carnation.
Right.
And yes, so that is what the flower, the necklace, is modelled on, the scarlet carnation of Ohio.
We've seen some long putts coming here at 11. Not surprisingly, given the pin placement over on the right-hand side and with those palm trees over on the right-hand side. So it's proven to be a difficult assignment. It's going to be interesting to see the mindset, Kate, of Paula Creamer, Angela Stanford and Ather, whether they really decide to put the foot to the floor and try and throw caution to the winds and play for the win, or whether they decide that they're just going to go about their business and hopefully let the birdies look after themselves, because Kari doesn't need to do that.
No, and Kari has 40 LPGA victories, 7 majors. Gosh, the list goes on of her achievements, 5 Australian Open titles. And so she knows exactly what to do. So she's going to play her own game. She's played the back 9 well, Kari Webb. And you think she's led from start to finish. The 66 she shot on the opening day. So we talked about this phrase last week. She is comfortable being on the upper reaches of the scoreboard, Kari Webb. It doesn't faze her. It's a position that she knows well, where for some of these players who, well, nobody's won as much as Kari Webb, who's active on tour, it's a nervous place to go.
And over the journey, she's been very good early in the season as well, Kari Webb. We'll touch on that in a moment as we watch Ather with this quick one. She didn't get the pace right and she didn't get the line right. So now she's got a problem. And if she drops a shot here and Kari makes her par, then all of a sudden she finds herself 5 shots back, and that's going to take a monumental effort. There's a bit of moving of markers being requested there by Kari. Let's move to the 12th.
Second shot for Morgan Pressel. She's not the longest player on tour, so it'll be more of a run-up. Morgan, she seemed a little bit unhappy, but actually good drive and good approach from Pressel to get close on this par 5.
Her longest drive this week, Kate, 270 yards.
Really? Yeah, was that down breeze and downhill? And I don't mean that to you in any way be disparaging about Pressel, but you know, she's not that tall a player. She's been working hard in the off-season. The
familiar plumb bob technique of Kari Webb.
Served her well.
Yeah, and from here on in, she doesn't obviously want these 45, 50 footers too often, but 2 putts from here on in would serve her well, because she knows that Paula is going to do something absolutely, or have to do something absolutely extraordinary, if she can just par it in from here.
And there are many difficult holes on the back nine. 13 is hard, 15 and 16.
That's a good roll from the Australian.
And the 12th hole is certainly birdieable. It's playing under its par, as well as the 18th as they've moved it forward. But once you step on to 13, it's the 4th hardest hole. And then 15, as we know, has been the hardest all week, followed by the 16th today. And I think that has an awful lot to do with the hole location on 16, and 17 as the par 3 is the 8th hardest. So, you know, you're going to really have to dig deep to pull out some birdies here.
Paula Creamer played a spectacular shot in here yesterday. This is her second to 12. Pins back right.
She's done it again.
That is outstanding.
Well, hello. This is a very makeable eagle putt for Creamer.
Well, this may very well be her last chance to make an eagle, although there is the 18th, but that's going to be a tough assignment with the pin placement today. Angela Stanford across the slope with a birdie opportunity. It's tracking. And when you're having that sort of day, Angela says, yep, that sort of thing had happened to you. She's done a really good job to fight back, though, being 4 over. Birdie at the 7th, birdie at the 10th. Still in the hunt. I talked about Kari's good season form too, Kate. Twice she's won 2 wins in her first 3 starts. In 2011, this event and the Founders Cup, and in 2000 she won her first 3 starts of the season.
Here's Teresa Liu.
That's pretty handy as well. Unfortunately, it's just got that slope.
Well, that's a good example of how the ball can just be carried away by these numerous subtle breaks on the green. So many slopes. The 4th hole in particular. Peter Downey this morning, the director of golf, was saying he saw 6 players hit it in the water with their approach just because of the hole location.
Awkward length for par for Ather, about 10 feet. This could be crucial. She's 4 back now. Can't afford to get it out much more than that. That's a pressure putt. Keeps her dream alive. Kari Webb, the leader, at -12. Often say the magic cutoff mark is 6 shots at the start of the day. You would have to think that anyone beyond probably 4 shots is going to find it difficult to win here. Maybe you could include Teresa Liu at -7, but it looks as though it's going to be Webb, Creamer, Stanford, Munoz, the contenders. And even Paula, Angela and Ather are going to have to put the foot on the accelerator if Kari keeps on doing what she's just done. 2 putted, makes a par, maintains her -12 score.
And her emotional equilibrium really has been her trump card as well this week, just using all of that huge experience she has. Here's Pressel. That sets up a very nice birdie opportunity for Pressel.
Ahead at 13, Suzanne Pedersen. Hole location today, 17 on, 5 from the right. Very tough pin at 13 today. Not much room to work with, and she's come up with a beauty. Anything right of the pin there today is a very brave shot. Now here's the big putt coming.
This is a big moment for Creamer, an eagle chance. Oh. Oh, that was a complete misread from Creamer. She knows it as well. And and she'll also be very aware of the scoring situation. There are a number of leaderboards on the back nine. Players can't escape what the scenario is. And that will be a tap-in for a birdie for Creamer to get to double digits and 10 under, 2 behind Webb.
Not quite a tap-in for Suzanne at 13, but a birdie opportunity nonetheless. Well done. She did seem to be a long way down there with that shot that we saw in, so that may be a par for Suzanne. We'll confirm that for you in a moment. Kari Webb at -12, still with that 3-shot lead over Paula Creamer. Angela Stanford and Ather 4 back. They are the realistic contenders. Maybe it goes down to Teresa Liu, but it's going to take a stumble from the Australian, and there hasn't really looked to be much sign of that coming, despite her bogey at the third. Kari Webb with the 3-shot advantage on the final day of the HSBC Women's Champions. Angela Stanford on the tee at 12. Standing up on that elevated tee, she continues to keep the dream alive of a second title here, and it's been a really good fight back, Kate, from Angela. You could have forgiven her for almost putting the cue in the rack mentally when she got herself to be 4 over par after 6 holes.
Yeah, she's really struggled, I found, on the front nine. I had the chance to follow her the past few days, and really definitely struggles on the 6th hole.
Morgan Pressel's birdie putt at 12. To back up what you were saying about Angela, she's -2 for the front nine this week, -8 for the back nine. So that gives her a chance.
Well, she is feeling certainly more comfortable. Got the 14th hole to come as well, where she very nearly had a hole-in-one yesterday, Angela Stanford.
The thing she won't want to do is to do what she did yesterday over the last 8 holes, and that is to mirror Kari Webb's score. They had exactly the same score on each of the last 8 holes. That's going to have to change dramatically on this Sunday.
She's quite a long player though. Stanford, average drives this week have been 253, so longer than Webb, whose average was 246. I tell you, that wardrobe of Teresa Liu's is pretty dazzling.
She's certainly unique out on the golf course. Like a bit of colour out there, and she's played a colourful week of golf as well. It's been very impressive. So this for a birdie. Oh boy. Ather is very much in contention, and earlier this week a few lucky invited guests from Jaguar were able to catch up with the star from Spain and maybe get a few tips on how it should be done. And it's always nice to know that the player who is telling you how to do it is up there in contention in the week when she's doing so. And it was great that Ather was able to spend some time and get some prize photos taken with the lucky few from Jaguar, the official car of the HSBC Women's Champions. That was earlier this week. Teresa Liu has just missed her birdie putt, and unfortunately she's now missed her par putt, and any chance that she had has just disappeared. She now finds herself -6, and that has got to knock your confidence, something that she has displayed in spades this week. Let's look at the 12th, the par 5, perhaps an eagle chance for the other players, and for those in contention, Kate, it might be their last chance to try and inject something into that lead that Kari Webb has.
Second easiest hole on the golf course. Got to be careful of those 2 fairway bunkers that will catch any errant drive. But if you are hitting a 3-woods well, then you've got a very good chance of getting home in 2. We saw Paula Creamer just a few moments ago really knock it very close for an eagle chance. And they're attempting to go for all of these par 5s. There is an opening, but you've got to be accurate. It is very narrow at the front. Pin is in the back right-hand corner. But this is a chance, well, for once again for Webb to capitalise, but also maybe for Angela Stanford too.
You'd have to think 5 is the worst score that Kari is looking at here. Sandy McKenzie has made her way out onto the course.
Yeah, next to no breeze here, and Kari's doing exactly what she needs to do. Straight down the middle.
It's been a rock-solid performance by Webb. Today there was that drop shot on the third, but 2 good birdies since then, and she just doesn't look like she's putting a foot wrong.
But the gap is back to 2 now, because Paula Creamer has made her birdie. And she moves to 10 under. It's still very much game on.
Atha Munoz on the tee.
Breeze just picking up a little bit, Kate, coming into them from the right. And that's a good shot too. Straight down the middle for Atha.
Good drives. It's so tempting when you stand on the 12th hole. It's a lovely elevated tee. Par 5, you want to open up your shoulders.
Meantime, let's move all the way ahead to 18 with this front left pin. And So-Yeon Yu has a birdie opportunity. She has had some round today.
Well, what a super putt.
The former US Open champion rolls it in for a 66. Not a blemish.
Well, she has given us a glimpse that a low score, is indeed possible. And that has to be the best of the world. To tie with Kari Webb on the opening day, a 66. There's some going around the Serapong course.
Angela Stanford has an iron in hand with her second shot at 12.
Yeah, Angela just playing this up way short just so she's got the wedge in. Obviously realises she can't get there.
And she's given herself, Sandy, a good angle to come in because she's taken it towards that left trap with the right pin. So you would think we're down to 4 because So-Yeon Yu, who can't do anything about it now, but she's done enough with her 66, has vaulted over the top of Teresa Liu, who finds herself in a tie for 6th. So Webb, Creamer, Stanford, Munoz are the big 4, and Kari still has a 2-shot lead. What sort of yardage has she got in here with her second, Sandy?
220 to the front, 243 to the pin. Just turn that over a little bit. It's heading towards the bunker side left trap.
Come up shy of the bunker, Sandy, just short, so no real problem for Kari Webb, and a fair bit of green to play with.
We mentioned this is the 7th staging of this title, and here is the 6th champion, the 2013 champion, Stacey Lewis. Got off to a poor start the other day and things haven't recovered that much. And she unfortunately is unable to break par in the final round as well. That was on the 9th. And so there were a few birdies on her front 9, but they disappeared on the back 9. Stacey finishes her defence with a 1 over par round of 73 to finish at +5.
Back to the action on the fairway at 12.
Well, Atha's going to have a go at this. 233 to get it all the way back. Pin tucked away in the right. Oh, she's hit this really well. It's heading on a line towards the centre of the green. She's got to be careful she doesn't run away to the left. This is going to make the green easy.
It's on the green.
But it'll
Somebody
roll
needs
off.
to come and stop it. Oh, and she knew that because it was a lovely swing that she put on it.
Yeah, she knew she'd made really good contact, but she just knew the line wasn't quite right. And there's an indicator of Atha's intention. She's going to have a go at it, have a look at it as the chances run out.
Angela Stanford, her third.
It's just under 80 yards to get to the flag for Angela. Just started that right. It's coming back to the flag if it's the right club.
Oh, it's the right club, Sandy.
Well, you've got to admire the grit of Angela Stanford. She continues to hang in there. That likely birdie will take her to -9, and that would see her only 3 behind Kari. It would be a remarkable achievement if she was able to get herself back in with a chance of the win after the start that she had Remember, she was 4 over par through 6 holes, but she has that putt for the opportunity of clawing back 3 of those 4 shots. So Kari, 2 up, Paula chasing hard. It's still very much game on. Angela Stanford hasn't given up all hope as yet. You're watching our final round coverage of the HSBC Women's Champions from Singapore, wherever you're watching around the world. Hope you're enjoying the action.
Suzanne Pedersen.
Kari Webb.
Yani Ten.
Azahara Munoz.
Christy Kerr.
Molia Jutanugan.
Jessica Korda.
Hyung Pak. Stacey Lewis. Michelle Wee. Indy Park. LPGA. See why it's different out here.
It is indeed different, and that's good different as well from what we've seen over the past couple of weeks. Indeed, the last 3 weeks with the Australian Open Championship, and then the caravan rolling on to Thailand, and now here in Singapore for one of the big titles of the year, $1.4 million. It's been a really successful 3-week stint.
It's been a very international group of winners so far in 2014. Jessica Korda winning the opening event in the Bahamas, and then we went to Australia where Kari won, and then we've had Sweden in the winner's circle last week in Thailand. So it just reiterates just how global it is. We have 18 countries represented this week at the HSBC Women's Champions. Good illustration: Germany, France, America, Sweden and Korea.
And at the top of the leaders board, it's Australia, the USA, Spain, Korea, Norway, Chinese Taipei, all with representatives up there. Anna Nordqvist getting towards the end of what has probably been a long week for her because of all of the events of last week and the emotion that went along with it. She was quite tired when she arrived here in Singapore, and you wouldn't blame her.
No, it takes an awful lot out of you mentally and physically to secure a win, and she's been waiting a while for it too. Well played to Anna Nordqvist last week.
Great to see the young and the not so young here this week at Sentosa. And here's someone who probably falls in between that category. She's been around for a long time, and she's been a maestro in the time that she's been around. Kari Webb with her little pitch releasing out of the rough, but that's fine.
She has a deft touch around the greens, Kari Webb. This is such a tough shot. It's a long way back for Teresa Liu. Pin is only 17 yards on, but demands a very good hit, and she doesn't look particularly pleased.
And by the way, Kate, we should confirm earlier on we saw Suzanne Pedersen hole a long putt here. It was in fact for par.
Oh, there's a fair bit of anger imparted onto that drive then for her to knock it that far down.
Ather.
Got to get this all the way up the slope.
Not bad from there, from long range.
Talking of long range, here's Morgan Pressel's second into 13. Fourth hardest hole on the course today. Just landed it on that bank, which killed it.
And it was tough yesterday. It was up in the top 4 hardest holes yesterday, 13.
All about the drive.
Yes.
3, 13 and 15.
Yep.
If you can drive those 3 well, then you're really set up well for your seconds in and should walk away with pars.
And 15, when you get there, it's only 378 yards, so you'd think it wouldn't present too many problems. Not the longest, but it is devilishly tough.
But it looks about 3 yards wide.
Yes.
The fairway does from the tee.
Yeah. So Ather and Johnny just trying to pick the line here for a birdie putt. This really needs to fall. Eagles would have been handy for Ather.
Just starting to feel a little bit of breeze picking up out here, so it's going to make those few holes along the harbour stretch a little more challenging.
Might be a bit welcome for you though, Sandy, because it's pretty oppressive out there.
Yes, I'm thoroughly enjoying this bit of breeze.
For birdie to get to -9 and 3 back. And that doesn't quite signal the end of Ather's chances, but with that stretch that we were talking about, there are precious few opportunities coming in the last 6 holes. So to make up 4 shots is going to be exceptionally difficult, and in a moment it's probably going to be 5.
Yet another opportunity for Kari Webb to extend her lead at the top of the leaderboard. This is a putt for birdie on the 12th. Currently has that 2-shot advantage over her nearest challenger, Paula Creamer.
Well, it wouldn't quite lock the door, but it would put the key in the lock.
I was interested to watch Mikey Patterson, her caddy, stand over the ball. I was intrigued to know what they're actually talking about at that point. They're a good partnership, been together, well, for a long time, 12 years, I believe.
They've had their moments. I think they both admit that.
Who hasn't?
Yes. Any good partnership where you spend that much time with the other person.
How'd you get through 12 years?
Yeah. Well, that's what they say about maybe this is the thing. There's another combination at the top of the leaderboard, Paula and Colin, who've been around for around about a decade. So there's strength in the combination in golf, no question about that. So now Mikey's done his work. Time for Kari to do hers for a three-shot lead.
Yes. Oh. Well, the key hasn't turned just yet. Big shot for Paula Creamer. Tough shot as well into 13. Very good with her long irons and her hybrids. We got unlucky there, just needed that little bit more spin, but here's another example of Paula Creamer and many players in the field having to experience such long-range putts.
Yeah, big swinger coming there for Paula. She's in 3-putt territory. Fortunately for her, Kari hasn't been able to convert her opportunity. Angela might, though, to continue the fight back. This is great stuff from Angela Stanford. Out of business when you're 4 over par after 6, not on your life. Kari remains -12. They're 2/3 of the way through. So let's update you with what has happened. In the last hour, Teresa Liu found herself in contention for a lot of the time. And part of the reason was shots like this. Her third at 10 from off the green and straight in the hole.
Angela Stanford came out with such high hopes, but an irritating start derailed her chances. Here she is, though, on the 10th hole, her second into 10. Superb iron. She did go on to make the birdie.
Paula Creamer knows that she's going to have to make opportunities. Here she is with her second shot at the par 5 12th. At this stage, 3 shots behind Kari Webb. Another brilliant approach from Creamer. And while she missed the eagle putt, she was able to drain the birdie and cut the gap to 2.
And Teresa Liu found herself at the pointy end of the leaderboard going into the final day, but sadly, not a great start for Teresa Liu. She went out in 37, and that was a bogey on the 11th and a bogey there on 12.
Good course management from Angela Stanford at 12. She elected to lay up and then just flip it in with a wedge, and that proved to be an inspired decision. Gave herself the birdie chance and took it. She's 3 back from the lead. That updates you with what has been going on, and this leaderboard updates you as well. So the gap is 2. Kari can't afford to feel comfortable yet. We've got a tough stretch of holes coming. Those couple of holes down by the water, 14 and 15, will they have a big say in the outcome of the championship? Stay with us to find out in Singapore. Angela gets the honour then and keeps driver in the bag, needing to be very vigilant with this drive at 13. Water down the right.
Yeah, nice little bit of tail breeze, and Angela's just gone on the right line here. It's just right side of that left bunker, and this is going to be good.
Good drive. Daunting from the tee, Sandy. The tee shot.
No, it is, Kate. No doubt about that.
Oh, we've seen a lot of drama unfold here last year when Stacey Lewis won. It was Morgan Pressel playing to the 13th. Remember, Stacey Lewis had a 3-shot lead, but bogeyed the 15th hole and the 17th hole. It really is a super demanding test of closing holes.
Nicely done from Morgan. Had a bit of break both ways, right to left, then left to right down towards the hole. Given herself a chance of making her par and remaining +1 for the day. In line for a big check, as we said. Good advertisement for married life, the way she started off 2014. Flying high over Singapore. You're lucky, Kate, because you are a resident of this great place, one of the most amazing cities in the world, no question about that.
Oh, extremely fortunate to live here. Yes, that's a view back over harbour front there. Those condos in the distance are reflections. There's a big cruise liner about to take off somewhere rather nice. And the cable car. Very popular indeed, certainly with my children. We spent a lot of time up there.
Oh, Harry and Abby looked as though they were having a great time.
Oh, they've had a good time yesterday, yes. Terrorising the golf course. Morgan Pressel gave them a golf lesson as well. Putting lesson from Morgan Pressel. So thank you very much, Morgan.
The HSBC World Suite is where the interactive zone is, beside the 18th green, and you can get in there and get up to all sorts of things, and the kids especially. In fact, I think we had one very big kid in there. Kate Burton, didn't you visit that area yesterday?
Oh my gosh, that's the best fun. Yes, there's the Wii that you could go on. There's a golf simulator, and prizes to be won every day. And there is... Well, HSBC are the official banking partner of Wimbledon, the championship, so you can have your photo taken on centre court. Oh, very nearly went in. And a chance to putt as well.
Well, I don't know whether they can putt as well as Paula Creamer, but she's going to need all of her putting skills here. This is a slippery one. 3-putt territory at 13.
That's a very good try from Paula Creamer. Because if that picked up any more pace, that would have just continued to run on. That's a difficult par saver required.
We've just seen the tee shots at 13, Kate, and we talked about the water down the right-hand side, and then it comes in at a very sharp angle. It's such a tough second shot.
Not many players will be able to afford to take driver, because if you do, the narrow landing area where that 150 sign is literally 15 yards wide. So a lot of the players will be going in with a 3-wood off the tee to set themselves up for their second. But the problem is that when you're taking a 3-wood off the tee, you're then left with sometimes, 4-iron, a hybrid into a highly demanding green. And it's the 4th hardest hole on the golf course. We saw anything slightly left of the pin, you're coming in with a fair bit of pace, will just carry off into that back swale.
The young Singaporean, Amanda Tan,
yes,
is one of only 2 players who made a 3 here all day.
Oh, well, good for Amanda Tan, because it hasn't been the best outing for her, but a tremendous learning experience all the same.
Alison Walsh was the other.
Kari just bringing this way down the left side towards the bunker. Now wants some legs to get over.
It's over.
Yeah, I think it's going to get caught up in the rough on the other side, Kate.
Yes, it's in the light rough, the first cut. Crucial putt for Creamer. Stay within touching distance of Webb.
Uh-oh. Wow. We said 3-putt territory, but after her first putt, it didn't look as though Paula needed to worry about that. Is that the end of the charge? bear in mind, Kari is going to have a difficult second shot in because she hasn't found the short grass, but can't afford that to happen at all in the run to the clubhouse if Paula is going to finally collect that long-awaited win. A bogey, a 3-putt bogey from long range.
And she will be only too aware of how costly that drop shot might well prove to be. Munoz on the tee at 13.
Got to keep it a little bit on the left-hand side here because of the tight pin. And Atha's doing that. She's got a good line, right edge of the left bunker.
Yes, we caught up with Peter Downey early this morning, the outgoing Saudi Director of Golf at Sentosa Golf Club, and his thoughts on the golf course were when it's a right pin, come in from the left side of the fairway. Sometimes you can really work your way back from where the hole location is as to what club is demanded from the tee.
So Webb now the leader by 3 after the bogey by Paula Creamer. But Kari has a difficult second shot coming. Those umbrellas are coming in handy out there on the golf course today. And generally speaking, umbrellas are pretty handy in Singapore. Maybe about this time of the afternoon with some of the storms that we've had over the years, but precious little sign of that. And it is hot, baking hot.
Tough shot required by Webb here on 13.
191 for Kari. Now this is very good. She's just got it out well. It's going for the centre of the green. That's all she had to do.
Oh, that's just excellent. Brilliantly executed by Kari Webb.
That was a superb shot by Webb. It looked like she got a little bit of fade on that golf ball to get it to land softly, because we saw just in previous shots, Creamers as an example, you get it to scamper on through if you keep it too low, and then you're faced with a severely testing putt from the back of the green.
What's Angela Stanford got remaining, Sandy?
Angela's got 181, and this is with iron straight at it. Now it's got to get some legs. It's going to get the bunker. Trying to be very aggressive.
Once again, Stanford finds herself in a spot of bother.
Well, let's see if we can have a repeat of what we saw at 14 yesterday. Some amazing shot making at 14. Different pin today, of course. It's only 42 on the pin at 14 and 8 from the left. About where Morgan Pressel's going to put it. What a shot.
Hey, she listened to you. That's a tremendous shot, because the hole is considerably harder today given the hole location.
14th today is the 13th most difficult hole on the golf course, but it's very different to what it was because of that pin placement. Amongst the Rainbirds, Atha, 2nd to 13.
Chase up. And now sit down.
Now she'll get a bit of a look at the line from Kari. Not exactly the same line, but pretty similar. There'll be steam coming out of the ears of Paula Creamer. Dropping that shot at 13 when she thought she probably had the job done with a 60-foot putt. Not thrilled with that one either. Good miss, if you would call it that. She's got a bit of a chance of getting it back, but she's going to have to take every chance that presents itself now, because Paula Creamer and the rest of the field are running out of holes to try and get over the top of Kari Webb. We know how good she is when she's forced to make up a deficit. She did that, a 5-shot deficit, to win the Australian Open Championship recently, and now she has a 3-shot advantage, and that spells trouble for the rest of the field. Webb at 12 under, heading towards a second crown in Singapore. Still plenty of golf to be played before she can lift the trophy, though.
Angela Stanford is looking to splash out of the bunker.
Yeah, the problem she's got here, Kate, is it's downhill. There's a big mound on the back of this bunker, and it's downhill all the way to the pin. Now, she couldn't have done much better, but look at that go.
Yeah, she caught that just right, but unfortunately it landed on the downslope, and it's impossible for that not to happen because there's only downslope. But hang on a second. Using the backboard, that's really a very good result considering how demanding the bunker shot was.
Giving herself a chance at least of getting up and down. Angela Stanford, when it comes to sand saves, just squeezed herself into the top 100 last year. 42% of times she was in the sand, she was able to make the up and down. $778,000 in 2013 for the Texan to finish in the top dozen on the money list, and her career earnings up in the vicinity of 8.13 million, and that puts her very much in the rarefied air.
Challengers trying to stay within striking distance of Webb. Webb once again pulls out a terrific shot. It was very hard the second that she had into 13, Pete.
Yeah.
Nestled down in that rough, having to play with a hybrid as well. It's very easy to just turn that over. But she held the club face so strong through impact to get it to land softly and chase up to pin high. Lydia Ko once again finishing under par, 2 under in her campaign, making her debut in Singapore.
Kari Webb doing everything she needs to do so far. Even when faced with a very difficult second shot here at 13, she's been able to put it in the middle of the green, and all she needs to do is 2-putt, and the victory gets one step closer.
Yeah, she certainly does, Pete, but you know these putts are very, very slippery. Got to be very cautious with the pace of this. It's coming downhill.
She's given it a good wrap. That might be an indicator of Kari's mindset. She's not playing for the 2 putts. She wants to give them a chance of going in.
Very makeable birdie putt for Paula Creamer to edge that bit closer to Webb. Nice try. Creamer will remain 3 behind Webb. It's been a very good start, though, to Paula Creamer in 2014. She was tied for 3rd in the Bahamas, tied for 3rd in Australia. Not so good last week in Thailand, but once again finds herself currently in 2nd place in Singapore.
Tough shot here for Hee Kyung So at 17, because the ball's sitting right down, so she's going to need to execute this perfectly, and that's what she's done. Getting the advice from Dean Hurden, who's got his old Caddy of the Year bib on today. So there's Caddies of the Year everywhere out there, because Brad Beecher's in the group as well.
He's not going to give that bib up too quickly. Birdie chance for Munoz.
Again, down the hill. She's got to be cautious of the pace. Oh, she's going to come up shine. Now that's going to be a horror. Peter, I have a little update for you out here too. The group in front of us has been given an official warning for slow play.
Okay, so that's Teresa Liu, Paula Creamer and Morgan Pressel.
Yeah, so they are on the clock, and our group's been told to move along as well.
Okay, thank you, Sandy. On the spot, on the course. Great tee shot from Morgan Pressel. Makes it 2.
And that wouldn't be the first time that Morgan Pressel's been given a warning for slow play. That has happened before in her career.
So she's walking off with a
running.
smile on her face. Yeah, maybe jogging. And getting to the 15th tee as quickly as possible. Angela Stanford to complete the up and down.
What an up and down that would be from the bunker.
Would, yeah. Got to admire her courage. As I said, Kate, it would have been easy to get despondent about the start that you had when things were potentially so positive at the start of the day, but she's just hung in there and tried to claw it back bit by bit.
Oh, that was a tremendous sand save from Angela Stanford. Keeps her at 9 under, 3 behind Webb.
sounds a lot, 3 shots, but when you've got the stretch of holes coming, you've got 15 and 16, which are so hard. 17th is the 9th most difficult hole on the course. And even though the stats tell you that 18 is not as tough, all of a sudden you come to 18 to win the championship and you get that front left pin. Well, it becomes tough. Don't worry about what the stats tell you.
The stats are saying that the 15th is the hardest hole and the 16th is the second hardest hole.
So what that equates to is that Kari Webb can't quite start rehearsing her victory speech just yet. Stalking this from every angle.
And there's plenty of reason why, because there's the slope on both sides of this. The one that is on the right-hand side of Atha going towards the hole, it's like it's in a little gully, but you know there's going to be movement around the hole. It's actually a bit hard to judge which way it's going to go. There should be just, by the look of it, looks like there's a tiny bit of right to left. But she's in an awkward spot. And it'll be quick, of course.
Said that a few times this week, Sandy.
Yeah, I feel like I've just repeated myself over and over again, and I have, but you just can't comprehend how slippery these are.
12.1 on the stimp meter, so just about as quick as the LPGA players putt on. Well, it was worth all that care and attention. Atha stays -8, 4 back.
Struggling today is Teresa Liu. Here we find her on the 15th. She hit a terrific drive here yesterday.
Not sure she's hit one here.
No. Oops.
Oh,
crikey.
Good evasive skills.
Goodness me.
Got a 7 from the Russian judge for that one. 2.5 with Pike. Back to that at 15 shortly. Important putt here for Kari Webb. It's only about 3 feet. She's done this so well so far today. And here we go again.
Well, this putt makes things a little bit interesting now at the pointy end of the leaderboard.
She's not going to be in love with this stretch of the golf course. Remember, it was 13 the other day where she had a bit of a hiccup and was able to get things back on track. It was 13, 14, 15 wasn't a good stretch. 16 onwards was pretty good. So the door is open slightly for Paula Creamer, not that she knows it. Turned away. She'll be happy with the result. Measuring just 165. What a pretty hole it is, but it's the first of 2 holes where the water and the wind in particular, Kate Burton, come into play.
The wind is definitely a factor, less so today than it has on previous days, but is still there certainly to take into consideration. Yesterday the pin was all the way at the front, but now, well, it's Sunday, it's the final day of the HSBC Women's Champions, and so they are going to put the pin in a lot more of a testing location. So you really got to fly it all the way over that green side bunker. You are flirting with the water for those players who do elect to come in with a slight fade. Then anything a bit too strong and you'll hit the downslope at the back of the green. It's a cracking par 3.
Such a spectacular part of the golf course.
Well, it's very pretty in some ways, but it's extremely ugly in others because that left back pin is very close to the water. 123 to the front, 165 to the back. She's a little bit right of the flag, Angela, but that'll do. That's okay.
Do you think that bogey that we've just seen from Kari might alter her mindset, Sandy, or is it just steady as she goes?
Well, I think it would have come as unexpected because she was just looking for a safe 2-putt there. And to let you know, Pete, I'm actually standing a long, long way away from the tee because I don't dare go near it at the moment.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Teresa Liu, not for the first time today, trying to thread the eye of the needle, and this time she did it a bit more successfully. That was at 15 as we return to Atha on the tee at the par 3.
It'll be a brave shot to get it right into that back left corner. Now this is a good line, just fractionally right of the flag. Nice shot from Atha.
Super shot from Atha. That was very brave. Do you think she was saying to Johnny Scott, her caddy, what? It's got quite a strong accent, old Johnny Scott.
Just a little bit. Yeah. If you got Johnny, Vern Tess, who was on the bag for Katrina Matthew, yeah. Got those three together, they'd be able to understand each other. Yeah. Mikey's probably not having much to say just at the moment.
No. Well, the breeze is coming again into them, slightly off the left-hand side. Nowhere near as strong as we've had, but it's a brave shot in here. It's a tough pin to get to.
How will the great champion respond to what's just happened at 13?
The contact is good. She is well right, just towards the centre of the green. Yeah, the furthest of these three away.
Very club shy too. Very much the percentage shot. That's going to also test Kari Webb a little bit. It's a relatively long way from the hole.
And don't forget, Paula Creamer is in birdie territory at 15 as well. Wow. So things are changing, and they're changing very quickly.
Teresa Liu struggling today. Sadly, the player from Chinese Taipei, but she made a pretty good fist with that, but so quick, the screen on 15. Morgan Pressel and Paula Creamer both birdied the 15th hole yesterday. And so should Creamer make a birdie today, then the gap at the top gets smaller and smaller.
Chella Choi, whose dad is on the bag and won an award at the Caddy Night the other night, and what a proud man he was. He'll be even prouder now because Chella's knocked the orange ball in for a 2 at the 17th, her second birdie of the day. Obviously, Dad Upper is giving us some very good advice. Yes, good yardage there.
He's a man of few words. Big opportunity for Creamer to get it to 10 under, one shy of Webb if she was to.
Here we go. As popular as anyone on tour, no matter where she goes in the world. That was a sustained round of applause for Paula Creamer. We thought that the charge might have halted when she made that 3-putt bogey at 13, but things are changing.
Talk of long-range putts. Here is Suzanne Pedersen on the 16th. Oh! The Norwegian fan club's out today.
One, two, three. Put that on the card. And caddy Brian Dilley just confirming that it was a 3. Now long range here for Kari, and off the back of 3 putts at the previous hole. This will be a test of that experience, Sandy McKenzie, that we were talking about in the opening to our telecast today.
Pete, she's got about 5 feet. She's in this middle plateau. It's not a steep drop down, but it will come over the ridge and then drop down and fall away towards the water. But it's got to be quick. So again, she's just missed a short putt in the last hole. What she needs to do is knock this dead.
Otherwise, the thoughts will be going back to what happened 10 minutes or so ago.
Very much so.
probably may have heard the roar that came up from the 15th as well. Knows that Paula Creamer is in the group in front.
Trust me, we could hear it from here.
About for birdie. If it goes in, it's a bonus. The most important thing here for Webb is to get it stone dead, as Sandy said. And she's made a pretty good job of doing just that.
Yes, you could tell that was the plan, because as that ball was rolling to the hole, Mikey's just nodding his head. Yep, that's good enough.
That's a good
all
three.
It had to be, yeah.
Tough stretch of holes coming up. Teresa Liu needs this par to remain at 6 under. Oh, another one just drifts wide of the hole. And that's going to start costing her money as well. Big prize money this week, 1.4 million on offer, 210,000 to the winner, and then 133,000 and $258 to second.
Still round about $30,000 to the people where Teresa is on her part of the leaderboard. Michelle Wee has a putt for a 2 at 17. We've seen a couple holing from off the green at 17. Michelle does it in the more conventional fashion. And she is 1 under par for the day now. -4 gets her up into a tie for 10th with Eunhee and Nayeon Choi. So a nerve-settling par for Kari Webb, but a brilliant birdie for Paula Creamer. And the US Open champion from a few years back now is trying to register the first victory since then. If she's able to do it, at least that question will stop being asked. And she'll also get a name on the trophy alongside some of the great names. Dramatic conclusion coming up of the HSBC Women's Champions.
Hit a terrific tee shot here on the 14th. Oh, and a terrific putt to follow. So Munoz climbs to 9 under, 2 behind Webb. She seemed to be out of contention just a few moments ago, and now really does find herself back in the thick of things, because we can't help but emphasize just how tough this closing stretch of holes are.
Yeah, no doubt we still have 4 contenders for the title, and here's one of them. Well done by Angela Stanford. It would be an incredible victory. If she was able to pull this off with the start that she got today, that would be simply extraordinary.
She's 3 under for the last 7 holes that she has played, Stanford, after that ugly start that saw her open with a bogey and then another bogey on the 5th and that double on the 6th.
Well, she's now 4 under for that stretch of holes, having picked up the birdie there.
Very tenacious player. Never, ever gives up.
It looks quite gentle from behind there, the 15th, but when you stand on the tee, it's anything but, as Stacey Lewis discovered at this very same point 12 months ago. When she put it in the water, when she looked as though she was cruising to victory, but that's not the case here.
This is our 10th year that we've been with the LPGA since 2005, sponsoring golf tournaments with them. We started with the Women's World Match Play in America, but in 2008 we moved to stroke play format with the HSBC Women's Champions here in Singapore. and it's grown and grown and grown. We're really thrilled. It's, I think, been a precipitant and a real catalyst for the real growth of the LPGA tournament schedule in this part of the world, as you're seeing more and more tournaments come here. But I think what we've seen is this tournament has really been leading the charge as probably one of the main events on the Asian swing for the LPGA. So it's been a great story, and a similar story to the success we've had in Shanghai with the World Golf Championship.
A great story indeed. Giles Morgan, who paid us a visit earlier on in the commentary box. Lexi Thompson has got it home in 2. She's up on the top step here. She's got an eagle putt. It'll come from her right. And it'll go almost in the hole. That accelerates so much in the last bit. You have to almost be brave enough to stop the ball at the top of the ridge, and then hopefully you've got the line right.
Creamer on the 16th, just 1 behind Webb. In the first cut of rough. Back left pin on 16.
Meantime, Inby Park up ahead at the 18th has a birdie opportunity. This putt fast and a little left to right as well. And she gets it there, as you'd expect. The magic wand. And yet again, it's a week where Inby hasn't done anything spectacular, but she is at -7 and finds herself in a tie for 5th. That is a closing round of 68.
15th hole, the hardest hole on the golf course it has been all week, and for good reason. Look at that water bordering the fairway all the way down the left, and those 2 fairway bunkers will catch any errant drive. It is a particularly narrow landing area. Majority of the field have been going with a 3-wood off the tee, but then you find yourself today with a long iron required to get close for your second, and always one of the hardest holes on the golf course. Just 4 birdies today.
It's just been overtaken in the stats by the first hole as the hardest hole on the golf course, but there's not much in it. Rest assured, they don't come much harder than this, especially late on Sunday afternoon. This is a drive that Kari needs to be very careful with. She put this in the water on the second day.
Oh, hang on, Pete. This is heading left again. This is going towards the rocks.
I can't believe it. This is what Stacey Lewis did last year.
And Pete, can I tell you too, they've just also been given an official warning, the final group as well.
Oh, God, just to compound matters, you've been given a warning for slow play, you then hook it off the tee into the water. Well, Webb could well become flustered on 15. Here's Lexi Thompson tapping in for a round of 73, but an overall score of 1 under for the 19-year-old American.
Well, we promised you a dramatic finish, and it looks as though it's unfolding. Can you believe all of this? Paula Creamer now in that first cut of rough, ball above her feet, playing to a tough pin with her second shot at 16, completely unaware of what's gone on behind her. She's got a long-range putt there, but at least she's on the dance floor. Well, this is remarkable, Kate.
Oh, good grief. Yes, things could change so quickly. Don't go anywhere. It's Morgan Pressel, her second into 16. Got to get it back.
All right, so they're safe. Kari is not. This is on the 15th fairway. Sandy McKenzie is down there.
Yes, just working out here where they actually have to place the ball because of where it entered into the water. So they've identified that spot. Kari will now mark it. Give herself a couple of club lengths, but she is going to be playing her 3rd shot. There has been just a dramatic turnaround the last couple of holes.
And we talked about it, Sandy, the other day. She went through the patch where 13 and 15 were the holes where she had the most difficulty. Who says lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place?
It's quite an extraordinary drive, that, because you would have thought, if anything, she would have really stayed right on it, but just turned it over a little bit, and yeah, she's up against it now.
Well, now it's that temperament that we talked about at the start of our coverage as well that comes into play. She can't afford to panic. Bogey is probably going to be the best score she might make, and we'll get to Kari shortly. Ather, in the meantime, is going to bomb away.
Plenty of breeze here at the moment. Ather has 190 to the flagstick into the wind, 171 to reach the front. Now she stopped because the breeze has just picked up as well.
And she's seeing firsthand what's happened to Kari, so she's got to be thinking, I'm still there, I'm still in this.
Oh, it's certainly going to give her a spark. And also, you've got to remember too, they've got to catch up some ground, this group, because they have dropped a long way behind. Ball slightly above her feet. The contact is good. The line is good. It's out to the right. It's coming back a little bit, or wind's starting to push it out a little bit. Might be a bit strong.
It is a little bit strong, Sandy, and it has scarpered on through the back of the green. She finds herself in the first cut of rough.
Well, they are now well and truly a hole behind, and they were a hole behind before Kari went in the water. This is taking you back to Friday and what happened. There was a song once, history never repeats. Well, it does, because Stacey Lewis did the same thing last year. She put it in the water in one of the earlier rounds and then put it in the water on Sunday. And now Kari Webb does it on Friday and Sunday. Is that going to be the shot which more than any other shot determines the outcome?
It's going to be a very tense next few holes for Kari Webb. Her third now into 15.
It's from 182, Kate, into the breeze. Now she's got very high ball flight. Now this is right. This is on the right side. She's going to be a long, long way away from the pin.
It's going to have to come round. Well, it's actually starting to come back a little bit more, and it's pin high. So it's not a bad result considering what has just happened to her in the last 5 minutes. She's been given a warning for slow play. She tugged her tee shot off the tee into the water. Here is her third. It's a lovely swing. This is a good swing of Kari's. Gets herself beautifully into the back of the ball.
Nobody is more aware of the issue of slow play than Kari Webb. She is a part of the board that talks about that all the time, the advisory board. Angela Stanford, too, sees herself right in the mix now.
From 170 for Angela, it's just started right, drawing back. This is a seriously good-looking shot.
Is it what? Now, she's got that putt to go to 11 under, and if it falls, she's the leader. Now, let me take that back. She's 9 under, so she'll go to 10. Kari will drop back to at least 10, so she could be the joint leader.
And when you thought that she was seemingly out of it after what can only be described as a very shoddy start for Angela Stanford. Oh, this is very exciting.
So many different permutations that could happen in the next 3/4 of an hour.
Could you go to the toilet for me? I don't want to leave.
I think I'll just stay here and watch Paula Creamer, who's also in 3-putt territory.
Good try. Oh, that's strong, but my goodness me, what a demanding par putt is required by Creamer to stay just one behind Webb, who surely looks like she's going to drop a shot on 15. There is an outside chance she could walk away with a par.
And that's all it is, just an outside chance. She's going to need to hole about a 45-foot bomb across the green, and more than likely it's going to be at best a bogey for Kari Webb. So we think we're going to have joint leaders, but Paula Creamer's got about a 10-foot putt for par at 16. Angela Stanford all of a sudden has a birdie putt to get it to -10, and Ather will find herself only one shot out of the lead. So things have changed so dramatically in that stretch between 13 and 15, and we have an amazing conclusion coming up in Singapore. Don't go anywhere. Michelle Wee's third shot at the final hole. Brilliant touch. She's had a couple of very good weeks. She's going to finish birdie, and that will take Michelle to -5 and get her up into a tie for 9th as it stands with Teresa Liu. Meantime, Morgan Pressel coming up over the swale at 16 for her birdie. She's too far back to get the win. She can get herself a very handy paycheck. Ather is going to need plenty of skill from up on the bank here.
She certainly is. Ball not lying so great. Downhill. Just lands it on. Going to try and get it to run out. It's a nice looking shot. Might come up a little bit shy.
Not too bad, but it's going to have a little bit of curl about it, even though it's only 4 or 5 feet remaining.
Teresa Liu struggling today. Not quite finding the pace on the greens in this final round at Sentosa Golf Club. Pity, she was a joy to interview yesterday. Very flamboyant player, very expressive on the golf course. Big occasion for her.
Suzanne Pedersen.
Kari Webb. Yanni Tin.
Azahara Munoz.
Christy Kerr.
Molia Jutanugan.
Jessica Korda.
Hyung Pak. Stacey Lewis. Michelle Wee. Indy Park. LPGA. See why it's different out here.
It's certainly been different over the last 3/4 of an hour. Kari Webb, for so long, so comfortable in the lead, reached a stretch of holes that provided a stern examination 2 days ago, and history repeats itself. And all of a sudden, she's going to more than likely lose her outright lead. So the chase has come into play now. Paula Creamer with that spectacular birdie at 15, searching for that elusive victory. And now it's very much a possibility for the lady they call the Pink Panther. Eyeing off the trophy. Angela Stanford, if she was to win, it would be simply remarkable after the start she made today. 4 over par after 6 holes, and the frustration was evident. And then, like the great player she is, she's clawed her way back. And she has a birdie chance coming to join the leaders. And Ather continues to hang in there. The sweet swinging Spaniard has been giving it her all this week, and she's not going to take her foot off the gas here as the trophy gets closer. Kari Webb looking to minimise the damage, or looking for a miracle to get the par putt in at 15. About as good as she could do. Bogey 13, bogey 15. Webb drops back to -10. Paula Creamer is at present at -10. That may change though here.
Oh, imperative she makes this par putt to share top billing on the leaderboard with Webb. Oh, what a good putt that was by Paula Creamer. The pressure is on.
That was the putt of someone who is intent on winning. Wow, what a positive stroke that was. And we need another one here. Angela Stanford to make it a 3-way tie for the lead at -10.
one shy of the leaders, Angela Stanford. You actually find it quite remarkable when you feel how poorly she has played, and I think she would agree with that, but she still finds herself in contention.
Michelle Wee finishes birdie, and comes home with a round of 70 to complete her week at -5, and presently a tie for 9th with Teresa Liu. That position may alter with everything that's going on out on the golf course. This has to go in for Atha to stay one back from the lead. Very nicely done from where she was. That's a great up and down from the Spaniard. (16). If 15 was just about the toughest hole on the golf course, this isn't far behind. It measures 382 yards. Kate Burton, tell us why it's so difficult.
Well, the fairway slopes from left to right, and it's a demanding drive to get away. Got to be careful. Certainly those right-hand bunkers do come into play. You'll see Webb most probably go once again with a 3-wood, but today the pin is back 34 yards on. We haven't seen many players go beyond the hole, and so a lot are coming up shy, and there's a slight rise in the green, so if you are short, it's not going to run down towards the hole, and you are faced with a very difficult putt. So got to get your distance control just right for your approach, but accuracy imperative from the tee.
And it's only in recent times that anyone has been able to manage to birdie the 16th. Those 3 birdies have come from So-Yeon Yu, Inbee Park, and Suzanne Pedersen. Sweaty palms territory here. Four players within one shot of the lead. Here's one of them.
It's a good looking shot from Atha. Just on the line of the bunkers, though, well and truly over. That is perfect. Just the wind has just swung around here. It's actually coming across them left to right. And that is a weird direction compared to what it was in the last hole.
So they changed direction at 17 and almost come back the reverse way. Paula Creamer, joint lead now. It's 156 yards, the 17th today. It's a front right pin. We've seen a couple of people chip in. Stanford one back.
Now, Angela's got that going a little further left of the bunkers. She'll clear the bunkers, but I don't know what's her rough is over there.
Well, it looks like it's sitting all right. It's just if she's far enough around the corner to have a good look at the hole.
And it's a left pin as well, so that's going to make it even more difficult. Morgan Pressel's tee shot at 17. Even par for the round today. Well, we know what she thinks of that. She might have to reconsider.
No way.
Oh, yeah, I'll take that one. I knew that all along.
You got a smile from Paula Creamer. They're good friends off the golf course as well. Solheim Cup teammates. Yeah, that was a really idiotic shot, that one there.
Ridiculous.
From Pressel.
Yeah, putt of 3 inches coming up.
I can't stand it when I do that.
Oh, I hate to tell you, this is heading bunker. This is going towards the left traps. I don't think it's got enough to get over.
Oh, it is in the bunker, Sandy. Headed straight in.
Wow, this is extraordinary.
Well, she's really left with no shot because all of a sudden the ravine comes into play and she's going to be blocked out by the trees on the corner of that dogleg.
Teresa Liu's second last tee shot of the week. A very productive week for her. she's using the contours to come up with a pretty good tee shot as well. So an outside chance of a 2, but it will be a 2 for Morgan Pressel. But here's where the main game is, and here is the lady who looked as though the title was in her grasp with a 3-shot advantage, but things have changed dramatically. Updating you on everything that's gone on. Paula Creamer, perhaps her chance looked to be gone when she did this. Missing a par putt at 13, not even touching the hole.
Morgan Pressel playing alongside Creamer today. She made a 2 at the 8th hole. Morgan Pressel had been a couple of bogeys also littered her scorecard, but look at this terrific tee shot on 14. She did go in to make a birdie, and that moved her to 6 under.
Then at 13, Angela Stanford completed an extraordinary up and down, put her second shot in the bunker, and that's the reason for her reaction.
Kari Webb did have a commanding lead, but this missed putt for a par on the 13th all of a sudden brought the chasing pack an awful lot closer.
And the reason they were closer is because of Paula Creamer's birdie at 15. It took it to -10, and that would be good enough for a share of the lead with the events that were about to unfold.
Atha Munoz got off to a bad start, bogeying the first and the second holes, but found form here on the 14th, making a birdie. And Atha now finds herself just 1 shot behind Kari Webb.
But this is the big shot. Kari Webb's tee shot at 15, put it in the water on Friday, and does the same thing on Sunday. And that cost her 1 shot, a bogey there at 15 for our leader. And then what about this for a par putt from Paula Creamer, Kate?
This was critical for Creamer. Oh, look, the fist pump there. She knows exactly how big that putt is. There's big leaderboards around that part of the golf course. She'll know what the situation is.
She's come up just short with her tee shot at the par 3 17th. We've seen already a couple of people hole this from off the green. That'll get her thinking. And Kari Webb, no shot here, is going to have to come out sideways. And is staring right at another bogey, her 3rd, in the space of 4 holes, if it happens that way.
She finished so strongly yesterday in the 3rd round. I believe she was 3 under for the last 5 holes and chipped in on 16. Today is another story.
Big putt, not in length, but in importance. Yeah. Yes. She's looking the goods, Paula Creamer. She's looking solid. Whereas Kari Webb is feeling the strain, and that reaction said it all. Is she aware of what's going on behind her? There are plenty of leaderboards around this course, and you wouldn't be at all surprised if Paula wants to know what the situation is out on the golf course when she makes her way to the 18th tee. Angela Stanford, Kate, is hung up in the bank there, and you talked about being blocked out. She's got a left pin here. This is no easy shot. There aren't any such things as easy shots when you get to this stage on Sunday.
No, we are now at the sharp end of the golf tournament, and she's only 1 behind Creamer and Webb, and Webb once again in trouble. Sometimes it's quite hard to see just how blocked out the players are, but as you say, Pete, given that left hole location, it's a bit like trying to play a hook off a downhill lie over those palm trees.
All in all, best of luck.
That's also the problem. When you try and play a hook, you're also going to get a fair bit of run off the golf ball as well. She was fortunate it didn't run on any further. I've seen a few balls disappear into the water behind the green on 16, but it's dry.
She's made some very, very clever up and downs today, and she'll need to make another one there to continue her chances, Angela Stanford. Meantime, up at 18, this group that was placed on the clock earlier, Teresa Liu, Paula Creamer and Morgan Pressel. Words got around. Paula always carries a large gallery with her wherever she goes in the world. But now that she's up there and by the look of things about to hit the front. Now she's hit it in the trap every day this week and she's done it again. She will not be able to believe that.
And the tee's been moved forward as well today. But the one consolation for Creamer, it is a par 5. Pin is a front hole location. Great swing. Look at the power into the ball for Paula Creamer. Doesn't leave anything behind on that swing.
Ather still very much in contention with what's happening with her 3 main rivals. Put this close and things could change even more. And it just doesn't come up the ridge. Only needed to be another 2 or 3 feet and that could have been down by the hole and she knows it.
Once again, a big shot required by the LPGA and World Golf Hall of Famer Kari Webb, her 3rd into 16. Oh, this was terrific.
Oh, that might be the shot that might do it.
Drawing on her considerable levels of experience in the game.
Boy, if she could make par here, that would be some par. Paula Creamer has fired her drive into the trap at 18 for the 4th successive day. It's just like we're rewriting the script from days gone by. Kari Webb didn't want to rewrite it at 15. She has, and now she's got to get on with it. Paula and Kari locked at -10. Angela Stanford with her issues at the 16th. Ather has an outside chance of a birdie. There are still 4 possibles in a dramatic conclusion at the Sentosa Golf Club. I hope you're enjoying our final round coverage of the 2014 HSBC Women's Champions. Here we are with the putting action at the final hole. Suzanne Pettersen for a birdie to get it to -8. And it will be a closing round of 70. Suzanne looking for the victory here this week to take the world #1 ranking from Inby Park. That's not going to happen. But still a top 10 finish. She's had plenty of those in her career. That is her 90th top 10 finish. And will add to the $11.7 million she's won already. Paula Creamer spoke yesterday about the fact that she's hit it in the trap every day. And there is the unmistakable ball of the lady known as the Pink Panther. It's got a passenger just at the moment. But it is, well, it's a genuine 3-shot hole now. Creamer, after hitting it in the bunker this week, has made par every single day so far. Angela Stanford vitally needing to get up and down from all the way at the back of 16 and has that awkward length if she's going to do it. This is quite an amazing conclusion where it seemed as though we might have been sailing towards Kari Webb's 2nd victory in this tournament. Who knows who's going to be holding the trophy? The crowd waits at 18 and watches the events unfold on the big screen, which is over to the right of where we're looking now. So they're quite aware of everything that's going on. That's if you can keep track of it. The pendant is waiting, the necklace and the trophy and the check. but no one knows who's going to have it yet, the way things are going. It's just been simply amazing over the last half hour or so. Kari Webb wasn't quite rehearsing the victory speech, but it looked as though she was going to capture one of those adornments for the second time. Paula Creamer might take it away from her. Here she is with her second shot out of the trap at 18. Just looking to get it up into position. Looks as though there's not much room with all of those bunkers in front of her. But there's plenty of room there. And that's what faces her with her third shot in. Sandy McKenzie has come in from out on the course to witness one of the more dramatic conclusions that we're likely to see, Sandy.
Pete, I have seen all the action out there, and it's hard to believe what I've been watching. Every time I watch Kari, she seems to play badly, so she might put in a request that I no longer do that, I think. But boy, now Atha.
Well, she's still very much in the hunt, especially if this falls. This is for a share of the lead.
Yeah, didn't get the read right on that putt for Atha. She's left herself that awkward length for her par putt.
Meantime, ahead at 18, Morgan Pressel also laying it up into position. She's had 2 twos on her card in the last 4 holes. The 14th and 17th, both the par 3s. Can't figure in the win, but will likely get top 10.
Well, this is a crucial putt for Angela Stanford. This really, really needs to go in. Oh, just slips by on the top side, so it's going to be a drop shot. So Angela drops back to -8.
Kari, trying to keep that bogey off the card, has come up with a spectacular approach here, but the job is not done yet. To keep it level with Paula Creamer, and then she's got the difficult 17th, the par 3, and then who knows, perhaps an opportunity to pick one up at the last. Statistically anyway, it seems as though that possibility exists, but it's such a tough pin at 18. No time to worry about that just for the moment. To remain in a share of the lead at -10. Well done. What a good par that was. And if she's holding up the trophy in a little while, Sandy, she'll talk about that par at 16.
Yes, that was certainly a pressure pitch that she played in there. So very good par for Kari, just to maintain that joint lead with this lady, Paula Creamer.
So what do you do in this circumstance? There's the difficulty that faces her. It's the pin all the way down in the bottom left-hand corner. She's probably had a peek at a leaderboard. Do you get adventurous and really have a fly at it, or do you just try and stick to the game plan?
Well, the problem that she's got is it's such a tough pin in that front left corner. She can afford to be a little bit right of the flag. She doesn't want to get probably too cute because it will feed around, but you can see exactly what she's got there. The pin is just directly over the corner of the water there.
And I can tell you, I paced it out this morning, Sandy. It's 8 paces from the flag to the water, and it's about 7 or 8 paces from the flag up above to the ridge.
Well, what she mustn't do here is get this shot on the wrong level. If she can just try and get it in that bottom left corner, if she sort of puts it a little bit right of the pin, it will go, even if she's a little bit past, it'll go past and feed back around again. She's lining up, you can see there, just to the right of the flag.
Where's this going? On the wrong level.
Very much on the wrong level. It's a long, long way away, and that's what she didn't want to do on this hole. She left herself a really tough position to make 2 putts down there.
Let's take a look at Paula. Now drives into it. Just drops down. You see she caught that a little heavy. Just open the club face up a little bit and let it drift out to the right side. Yes, I know. I feel your pain, Paula.
Well, I rolled a couple of balls on the 18th this morning, and you have to aim a long, long way away from the pin to get it anywhere near the pin from that top tier. All of that still to come. Atha's par putt at 16. She stays one back. Tough par 3 to come, and then the par 5 final hole.
It's been a really good performance by Atha, remembering she started with 2 bogeys.
Yeah.
Morgan Pressel. Much shorter shot in than Paula Creamer had. And Hirose spin. She knew she was past the flag. And now she knows that's going to be quick.
Inby Park hold just about that exact same putt earlier. 17. We talked about the difficulty of it. It doesn't measure too long at 156. Tell us why it's tough.
Well, as you can see, it's a relatively flat hole, but the problem you've got here, it's a huge green. It goes back 52 paces, but the pin today is 12 on and 5 from the right, so it's tucked it very close to those bunkers on the right-hand side there. So, you know, you're going to find most players here playing just fractionally left, but that is all in your eyesight. From the tee, it's just over the bunkers.
And those stats flatter the hole a bit because there's been a few birdies. We've seen a few people chip in. Atha's been really good on the par 3s this week. She's giving that a good long look as if she's played a beauty. And she was right.
Yeah, it's a nice shot from Atha. Puts herself up in birdie range. Teresa Liu from an awkward spot here at 18, just coming up a little shy, but she'll have the uphill putt.
Should it be required, 18 will be played as the playoff hole, and it'll keep on being played until the deadlock is broken, if there is one. Got a hard bounce.
Yeah, didn't it, Justin? That's let that feed all the way up over that ridge, then it runs away again at the back. So again, she's got a putt that's going to come up a hill, over a ridge, and then down the hill. Not the position she wants to be in.
Angela getting to the stage where she needs to get this very close. After that drop shot at 16, and that is not what she was after. So maybe her chance might have just disappeared.
What a shame, because it was such a horrible start for her, and the way she's clawed her way back into this event.
So it stands like this. Paula Creamer's got a difficulty. She's on the wrong level at the 18th green, and Kari Webb has a long-range birdie putt coming up at 17. They're locked together at 10 under. Atha and Angela still in the fight.
Putting action on 18. Well, Paula Creamer has a lot to do here. This is a big sweeping downhill putt. Once it gets to that dark green patch in front of her, it runs down into that big swale.
And Sandy, I rolled a ball from here, and she is not even looking at the hole here. She is aiming around about 45 degrees away from the hole, and she's almost got to stop it on the ridge, almost in a direct line from the camera to the HSBC. There's a really good illustration of it. Got to nearly stop it and then close your eyes and hope for the best. And you can't convince yourself to aim far enough away from the hole.
Pretty good effort there from Paula, but she's got that putt for par to stay in the joint lead with Kari, remembering that Kari has a really tough putt on 17 from long range.
And also remember too, what Kari did with her drive yesterday. She absolutely laced her drive at 18, and what she would give for that. She has not won since the 2010 US Open, Paula Creamer, and a lot of people keep reminding her about it.
Oh, she would absolutely just kill for a win at this point in time, and this has been such a great opportunity today, and she would really hate to muck that opportunity up on the 18th.
Trophy awaits, but the engraver hasn't got to work just yet. Lorena Rachel won the first one. Jia Shin, Ai Miyazato. Kari Webb, Angela Stanford and Stacey Lewis have their names on that trophy. And it's anyone's guess whose name is going to be added in 2014. A moment ago, Paula Creamer's birdie putt at the last from the wrong level had to almost have her back to the hole to give it any chance of getting anywhere near it, and even then she hadn't gone far enough away, but the chance of the par is there.
From one tough putt to another, Kari Webb from the back of 17.
Well, it's actually the middle of the green on 17, it's so large. Now it's going to go downhill.
Beautiful, beautiful putt by Kari Webb. Fantastic control over that. So it is a 3 for her.
And this week at the 18th hole, Kari Webb has made 2 pars and 1 birdie yesterday. All of that to be considered in a moment. Very quick putt for Morgan Pressel down the hill for a birdie at the last. And that will turn out to be a round of 71 for the young lady from the United States if she can hold that. Another good finish.
Now Atha can join the party here. This to go in a share of that lead.
Whoa! Here we go. Atha gets it to -10. Paula has no certainty to stay there, and she could come from the clouds and tip them all out. This to finish at 10 under for a par at the last in a round of 69. And now she can only watch and wait. Is that elusive victory going to come Paula Creamer's way? Her faithful caddy Colin Cann, who's been by her side in the good times and the struggles. It's an anxious wait.
Well, it's certainly becoming a dramatic finish. We thought Kari might have just cruised along today, but it's not been the case. Morgan Pressel for par. She finishes in a tie for 4th. Big hug there for Paula.
I mentioned Kari's record on the 18th. Atha has birdied the 18th. 2 of the 3 rounds that she has played in. So here it is. 498 yards. They've moved the tee up, so it's actually 476. And you have to do what Paula wasn't able to do, avoid that bunker.
Big bunker on the right there. You've got to keep just to the left-hand side of that. Then you've got to make the decision with a good drive. Are you going to land it in that area there, short of the green? Or are you going to throw caution to the wind and have a bit of a go? Kari now needs a birdie. Atha probably needs a birdie because we've got her in the mix as well now. So at least they know what they have to do. Paula has posted the score, but look where the pin is today. That really tight front left pin. You mustn't get on the wrong level on this green.
All of a sudden, with one to play, Atha finds herself up at the top. She's only ever had one LPGA victory. She's having a long look at it, and that is long. She has cut off a lot of the water there.
Took that very tight, Atha. It's a brave tee shot. Now for Kari.
She wants what she did yesterday. Uh-oh. In Paula's bunker.
In Paula's bunker, and we're not seeing it, so it's probably fairly... Oh, we saw it duck out then. It's fairly close to the lip. There it is, the ball of Kari Webb.
Well, you can forget about going for the green in two now. It's
Yeah.
a three-shot hole.
She'll have absolutely no choice as to do what Paula did and just get it down the fairway.
Angela Stanford, the victory pretty much out of the question now. But what a fight back it was.
Looking at it a little anxiously there. Oh, and that's why she is also in that bunker. When they bring this tee forward, that bunker really comes into play.
So she's going to collect a big check, but she's not going to get her name on the trophy for a second time. The galleries making their way down, snaking down 18.
Well, you nearly have to say at the moment, advantage Atha. She's long, she's down the centre of the fairway.
Yeah.
She's more than likely will have a go.
Kari Webb, for a lot of the day, seemed as though she may be heading towards a second victory in this tournament. It was a bit of a stumbling start. She made a bogey at the third, but then she was able to correct that pretty quickly. Got it around the hole, but got it in for a birdie at 4, and she was back to even par.
Then this at the 7th hole from very long range.
About 90 feet.
Yeah, it was a long, long way away. And it was a tough read, this, but this was just a superb roll. Beautifully judged by Kari there, so she went on to make the birdie.
And when she went out in 35, things were looking safe enough, but then this. That was a par putt at 13. She had difficulties with 13 2 days ago. So it proved again on Sunday. And then history repeated again.
Standing right on the waterline watching this shot. She'd in the water there Friday. She knew straight away it was right on the line of the rocks. Takes an almighty kick way out into the water. Has to be a drop shot there for Kari.
And then at 16, it was an errant drive. She could only chip out onto the fairway. This was her third. And just at that stage, it looked as though perhaps that might be a shot that might get her to the title. It still may, who knows. But she's got an issue here after driving it in the trap at 18. So to bring you up to date, we have 3 at -10. 2 of them are on the 18th at the moment, and the other one is that lady, Paula Creamer, signing for her round, a 69, and trying to stay in the mood just in case it's needed for a playoff.
Well, we saw Paula's Pink Panther, and there's Kari's ball with the boxing kangaroo on it. See, she's a lot further back in the bunker, actually further back than what I thought she was.
Need everybody to hold up, please.
And she's got a rescue in her hand.
Yes. On the right, it covers everything.
Just wants to have a good look at it. I've often said about the landing area here, you stand down in that area and it seems as though you've got about 20 square yards to hit the ball. It's anything but that. There's plenty of room up there. First part of the equation, though, with this club is get it out.
Oh, definitely. That would be the worst thing. This is a very brave shot, and she's trying to get it down as far as she can so that she can at least get a wedge into this green.
And at least she's on a bit of an upslope as well, which will just help with the flight of the ball. Wow. We said the first part of the equation was get it out.
Straight over there.
She didn't even see where that went, and that may have been an error in judgment. It was a risky thing to do. Always going to be a risky thing to do. Watch this, just catches it a little bit thin. It catches the top of that grass in front of her.
Well, the problem is now she's up close to the big lip. So she's just got to knock it down. That'll be for 3. And then she's going to have to get up and down from there. Angela Stanford, meantime.
She's in a good position. Kari's going to walk away from today, probably more than any other event, and really feel like she just gave this away.
Well, she hasn't yet. That's the thing. It's not done yet, but it's going to be very difficult for her. Atha now might almost be in the box seat.
Atha
laying up.
Electing not to have a go at it.
So there's every chance if she can make birdie at the last, she wins. With what's unfolded here. Paula's going to go and keep the mind and the body focused, just in case the playoff is needed.
Well, the scenarios now is Kari's got to get this ball out, so this is her 3rd shot, so she's going to have to come up with something good to get up and down from wherever she puts this. Atha, you're going to think, has to make probably a 5 at worst, so there's every chance that we're going into a playoff today.
And it may not include Kari Webb, and you could not have believed that when she led by 3 not that long ago. First part done, but then the next part involves that devilishly difficult pin placement at 18. Kari's played 3, Atha has played 2, Paula's played 69 on Sunday, and that's all she's going to play until a playoff if it's needed. A dramatic conclusion to the HSBC Women's Champions unfolding in Singapore. Crowd around the 18th just trying to come to terms with what they're seeing. You described it as a pretty brave choice of shot, Sandy McKenzie, in the bunker. We'll talk about that with Kari Webb in a moment, but Paula Creamer, 27 years of age, her day. We look back, she made a birdie at the 3rd. This was her approach at the par 5 4th. She was able to get it very close and get it to 2 under par, and at this stage we thought, here she comes. That's the way it's proven.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good performance by Paula. Then she went on. She'd already made 2 birdies out the 34, and this was her shot to the par 5 12th. And they were 2 big hits today to get onto this green. There's a bit of breeze blowing, although you can't see it in the flag there, but coming off the harbour. But gave herself a really, really good chance of an eagle.
And then at 13, things looked as though they may have disappeared when she missed that putt for par. But in what has been such a topsy-turvy hour or so, a brilliant approach to 15 and the subsequent birdie put her back in contention. And how positive was this?
This was crucial. This par putt at 16. She rammed it in the hole. You can see the fist pump there.
So she's been able to make her par at the last, a round of 69. Maybe talking to fiancé Derek. Paula Creamer's on the phone, perhaps to the man she's just become engaged to, Derek Heath. And while she is, Kari Webb is on the 18th and needs to get this close. She needs to get up and down from here to maybe be in a playoff.
Wow, that caught the top of the pine trees. It's really gone in a bizarre direction for Kari over these last half dozen holes. It's been quite extraordinary.
Well, she's going to almost need a miracle to hold that. That is going to be so quick. And so advantage Ather again.
Yeah, Kari's nearly put herself out of the every chance. You know, she can chip that in, but well, that'd be a bonus if it goes in, but nearly put herself out of the equation. That is just so bizarre with what's gone on. Now, Angela Stanford, she was going great guns till she made a couple of bogeys in the last 2 holes.
Oh, yes.
Nice looking shot there from Angela.
What Ather wouldn't give for one of those?
Now
Great fight back, as we said, from Angela Stanford, but it's all going to amount to nothing. And so Ather's been quietly going about her business, and she finds herself with the opportunity here of she can get this up and down, she wins.
She's just 75 from the front there near that yellow dot. Well, Ather will have that putt for victory.
It's quick, but she's on the right level. That's the main thing. Paula continues to talk to nearest and dearest.
This is a real pressure pitch for Ather. She's only won once before. This is one of the biggest events they play in. She would love to have her name on this trophy, and what a great shot she came up with.
She's been a study of concentration for most of the week. Her iron play has been simply outstanding. She's come up with the iron shot that she needed when she most needed it. And her putter's been pretty good as well this week. She started with 32 putts, but she's got progressively better. 30 yesterday, or 30 on Friday, I should say, 26 yesterday. And now she needs the putter to work one last time.
Now you can see already Mikey Patterson, Kari's caddy, has the flag in his hand. She's probably going to try and do this without the flag there. She's got the putter. She knows this has to go in. It'd be something if she held this. Nothing would surprise me today.
I'll hear the roar from a long way away if she does. You'd have to think that it's unlikely. But then again, we thought it was unlikely that Kari would be in this position when she led by 3 not that long ago. To keep alive her chances of getting her name on the trophy for a second time. Remarkable, truly remarkable.
What she must be feeling right now. She was so in control, and then it just all came apart once she missed that short putt on 13. Things started to unravel.
And she's played since then so many uncharacteristic shots. You could probably pick 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, I think you're right, Pete. It's the shots that she's played which have been a little extraordinary.
So Ather is faced with the prospect of holding this, and she records her second victory on the LPGA Tour and beats one of the finest fields you get to assemble every year. Quick, it all falls down towards the water. calling it down, clicking the fingers. And now she needs to hold that, and we go to a playoff.
And it's an ugly little length putt too. It's just one of those that, you know, she's obviously realising the situation that she's in right now puts a little bit of pressure on you.
Paula's off the phone and is getting herself ready perhaps for a playoff. For a closing birdie for Angela Stanford. And unfortunately for the 36-year-old, it was lost in the first 6 holes today when she got herself to 4 over par, but she gave everyone a thrill with the way she fought back. No trophy today, but she's already got her name on it once. Paula knows now that the worst that can happen is a playoff. 18, 18, 18 until we get a winner. Sudden death. You can only imagine the thoughts that are surging through Kari Webb's mind at the moment.
Well, Kari's going to be at least 3 over par for this back 9.
.74. Look at all those blue numbers in the run home. She led by 3 at one stage. Pressure can even affect one of the greatest the game has ever seen. Angela Stanford gets it in for a 75. So the two experienced people at the top, their experience doesn't count for much. A bit of empathy from the two combatants. And the way is clear for Atha to take us to an extra hole. Playoff it is then, between Spain and the United States. What a great finish from Atha Munoz. Birdie at 14, a birdie at 17, and that all-important par at the last. So the announcement being made by Kate Burton. Paula gets herself ready. Well, who would know? Does it make any difference, Sandy, that Atha will get out there with less of a time lag than Paula, because Paula's been waiting there for a good 20 minutes or so?
Oh, I think for Paula, the excitement of actually being in this playoff, it hasn't been that. It's not as though she's waited for, you know, an hour or so. Carlota Saganda there, her fellow Spaniard, very thrilled for her.
I spoke to her earlier this week and she said she was really tight with Carlota and Belen Motho. Now, Paula was out the back and had confirmation then that the playoff was happening. So now it's time to get down to business again.
I still can't comprehend that we've got this playoff without Kari Webb in it.
It's amazing to think that at one stage she was 3 shots in front, and we do go to a playoff and the Australian doesn't feature. It's the USA and Spain, and deservedly so. Paula Creamer's had a great last day, and so has Atha. So Yeon Yu made such a charge on the final day. But we go to one extra hole, perhaps. We'll play the 18th until we get a winner. It's sudden death. Paula Creamer and Athahara Munoz for the HSBC Women's Champions title of 2014. The player.
Go on, what would that be?
Don't hit your drive in the bunker.
That bunker has been like a magnet to Paula this week.
She looks relaxed about this.
I think she's fairly happy about being in this playoff. And you've got to think from Paula's point of view too. She's always one of the leading players, no matter where they tee it up. And but it has been a while. We've talked about it endless times. 2010 US Open was her last win. So, you know, it's now 2014 and she would be just ecstatic to pick up a title now.
I think this is a really good sign from Paula. She looks relaxed coming in here. And because of that fact you just mentioned, you would expect that there might be a little bit of pressure on her shoulders. But just at the moment, it doesn't look like it.
And I've also got to say, talking to Paula the other day when we were discussing her engagement, she said life is actually very different for her these days. Her priorities are different. She's enjoying life a whole lot more, and I think she's just in a really, really good place and a little bit more relaxed side of Paula now. She said golf, you know, it's not everything, but I hasten to add that I expect at this moment, Pete, that golf is everything.
Well, it is for the next half hour or however long it goes.
Now, here come
they're all heading out.
Yes, Christy Kerr, Brittany Lang, Morgan Pressel.
So the trophy awaits, and now we go from the 63 who began the week in its quest to just 2. Will it be the United States of America who have their 3rd successive winner, or can Spain capture the crown? It is Creamer versus Munoz. Paula Creamer has looked so relaxed. She's been munching away. She's had a little bag of pretzels that she's having a go at, and I don't think the pretzels will be making her thirsty. I think it might be just a bit of dryness in the mouth, but she's looked very relaxed. Atha likewise throughout much of her week. So she looks for her 2nd LPGA victory.
Yeah, of course, a little bit of delay here is the fact that after all that, Atha still has to go in and check her cards, sign it, she'll have a little, you know, 5-minute break.
Great reception. This is where this venue is so good, because everyone gets around the 18th. They've been waiting at 9 for a long part of the day. There's a good indicator of the drought that we've had, drought conditions in Singapore. The water level in the lake there well down, but it's not water that Paula Creamer is going to be worried about off the tee at 18 so much as sand, because all 4 days she's put it in the bunker, and now this will be congratulations on getting here. Good luck. Paula in search of her 9th LPGA victory. Atha in search of her 2nd, the Sybase Match Play Championship in 2012. But remarkably, while she only has 1 victory, she is a more recent winner than Paula Creamer. Marty's in charge of the cart to get Paula down there safely. Pete's got charge of the 2nd cart. Let's have a look at this 18th. And let's understand the reason why Paula Creamer is trying to avoid the bunker. Not the one on the water side, Sandy, the one on the other side.
Yes, it is the far bunker there. It's at an awkward range. It's right in range, and for 4 days it's been like a magnet for Paula, but you've got to miss the water on the left, bunker on the right, get yourself in the fairway. Then you either get to that area there, which is the layup zone, or just a wedge in, or if you get it far enough down, you can have a go. But it is an incredibly tough pin, this front left pin. You can see it just tucked in when the pin comes down. It'll be just behind those little palm trees there over the pot bunker. You must get, whether it's your 2nd or your 3rd shot, well, definitely if it's your 3rd shot, it's got to be down in that hollow on the right level, because it is such a treacherous green. They make their way down towards the 18th tee.
Port of Singapore in the background. Great backdrop for this championship, one of the more dramatic ones. We had a playoff in 2012. That was at a different course, Tanamera. This is the second staging here at Sentosa. Stacey Lewis getting the victory last year. Will it be another American win?
We've had a number of dramatic finishes to this event.
Well, remember Jenny Shin.
Jenny Shin in the playoff.
She stood on the tee at 18 going back a few years ago and looked as though she was about to capture the victory, and the storm came in and we had to go off the golf course.
She's a paper in there. I got a 1 and a 2. 1 goes first, 2 goes second. Trust me? 1. 1. Okay, Paul, you'll play first. Paul's.
Simple way of deciding who goes first.
Paula's got iron.
She's just having a loosen up with that. Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't be wondering what she was thinking. No, that was just, remember, she's had that sort of half hour or so wait. Just a little loosen up there.
Because it is only 160 or so to carry that trap on the other side. Driver, it is.
Now the line is sort of, you can see there's 1, 2, 3, sort of 5 little mounds on that bunker in front, just on the other side of the water. You've nearly got to go over that second one from the left.
And avoid that trap.
Because with the angle of the tee, that trap really seriously comes right into focus.
I think it'll mean a lot to her confidence if all of a sudden she plays a tee shot down here, she gets it a long way down, all of a sudden she says, I finally avoided the trap, and then the thought's got to be in her head, maybe this is mine. Maybe I'm just destined to win this. So all thoughts of sand blocked out. And that's the one she was after.
Well, it's taken her 5 attempts, but she's finally missed that bunker on the right.
Yippee!
I think she just wanted to have another go at that, Pete.
She's been really relaxed in the lead up to the playoff. So now the pressure goes back on Atha.
Now you can see there, Atha is not electing to take the driver.
Been very self-assured with her driving most of the week and aiming it at Paula's former bunker and coming up short, so she is quite a fair way back there.
Yeah, she is. She's used that to take that right bunker out of play.
Paula Creamer's day, a day that has taken her all the way into the playoff, and in fact this is her week. We look back at some of the moments. She was able to hold a couple of great putts in a stretch of 10 and this one at 11 in round 1. And that seemed to give her a bit of impetus. Then in the second round, trying to just keep the momentum going. That down at the 7th hole. Putter working along nicely. She made her way to a first round 67, a second round 73, and then she came up with this remarkable shot yesterday. Second shot at the 9th hole. This was her best shot all day, and she had a few good ones on the way to that 69. Talked at the time about the fact that she and Colin Kahn, the caddy, like to plot their way around the golf course, and they did that very effectively. Then at the 15th hole, one of the toughest holes on the golf course, she was able to keep the putter working. Today, the start was good. Birdie at 3, then this one at 4. And by this stage, Sandy, her confidence must have been sky high and thinking, I can get this done today.
Yeah, and she's probably starting to find too that Curry, might have dropped the odd shot at this point, and Paula was, I mean, she had to go for it. Somebody had to come out of the blocks today and have a go. And Paula was right in there all day. It was an exceptional performance, around a 69. Just the one bogey on her card today at the 13th.
Now she's taking the walk that she's been trying to take all week, and that is on the grass and staying on the grass at 18. Best drive of the week at the final hole.
This will seem like a whole new hole to her today. She's come out of that bunker every day, so she's finally found the fairway, and in a good position there too. Atha is a lot further back, electing not to take the driver off the tee. So Atha, from that point, I mean, it's still 270 yards to get to the front of the green from here. So she will just play this down. She's far enough back where she can actually play it with the fairway wood.
And there's that line again that the players look at that is so deceptive. Looks like just a massive sand in front of you. Plenty of room to find the grass.
Started that well out to the right. Now it's coming out of the rough. The ball's going to be slightly above her feet. It was certainly further right than what she would be looking for.
The positive out of that is that it gives you a good angle to come in.
Let's take a look at this swing. I think she's such a nice looking player, Atha. Gets up on the toes there. It's really good to see these players in slow-mo.
Yeah, the ultra slow motion camera has been giving us some magnificent high definition pictures this year. So Paula's got a decision to make here. I don't think she's far enough down to even consider it, and it is just going to be a layup.
Yeah, she's got to be about 220 from the front of the green there. It's not an easy access green, this one. So just finding a spot down there where she's just going to have a wedge into the green. So both players playing this as a legitimate par 5. Yeah, nicely done, just right in the centre there. You can see the shot that they have, how close they do get this pin to that corner of the water on the 18th green.
We talked before, Sandy, that it's only 8 paces from the pin to the water's ledge, and then it's about 8 paces, 7 or 8 paces from the pin above the hole to that ledge, and that's where Paula was, above that ledge, and that was what cost her the opportunity of putting for a birdie. So she knows that the most important thing she can do right now is just get it on that right level with her third shot.
So now we come down to a couple of short shots. Probably slight advantage here to Paula. She's out in the middle of the fairway. Atha just got hers in the edge of the right-hand rough, just kept it a little too far to the right. So the ball might be a little bit above her feet.
Looking at the greens in regulation figures going back last year, well, they're going to hit the green. There's not too much doubt about that. But the greens in reg figures, Paula was 13th in greens in regulation, and Atha was 9th, so she's one of the more accurate iron players on tour. As Sandy said, she's come up just a little bit more right than she would have liked, so she's in that first cut. Is that going to impact on what sort of check she's going to be able to get on the ball?
Always it's just a tad harder to control. I think the bigger concern, the concern here is the angle she's coming in. Everything falls from right to left. The high side is on the right and the low side is where the flag is on the left. It's quite a big hollow there. Ball's just slightly above her feet there, and that's always going to encourage that little bit of left to right. You're coming out of the rough, you never quite get the spin and the control that you would do off the fairway.
It's lying pretty well though, and she does have a bit of a backboard beyond the pin.
Yeah, it's not a bad angle, Pete, really, because if she goes too long here, it will run and come back around. Oh.
Trying to work its way back.
That was really well done out of the rough. There was no real spin on that ball, got it to land fairly softly.
And the one thing she'll know from the first putt she had, even though it comes from a slightly different angle, is that she will need to give it a lot more right to left than she did with the first one.
Little smile of relief, I think, on Ather's face there. Let's take a look at the contact here. Caught it nice and clean. Beautiful contact. Now, over to you, Paula. From the centre of the fairway, she's now looking at Ather's ball, sitting in there not all that far from the flag.
Remember her approach shot last time. She got it a bit fat and it went beyond the pin to the wrong level. She simply must be on the same plateau as the pin with this. Otherwise, the putt becomes incrementally harder. She's managed that, and we're still at an even money bet.
So that's anybody's guess there. Both of similar distance. Let's take a look at this shot of Paula's. It's a nice base, transfers over on that left side. Always gets up on her toes a little bit, even with a short shot. So both similar distance from the flag. Ather coming from behind the flag. Paula a little more around to pin high.
I talked about what they did with their greens in regulation stats, Sandy, so maybe we should look at their putting average. Paula, her putting average was 30.13, put her 73rd on the list last year. Ather only just scraped into the top 125. And we know that this putt for both players will be testing because of the pace, and sometimes you worry so much about the pace that you forget the line, and sometimes it's vice versa.
It looks like Ather is going to be the first to go. Now, she'll have a really good indication as to what this is going to do, because it's not all that far from where she was the first time around today. Just half an hour or so ago.
It's one of those putts where you just help it on its way. Can't afford to stroke it because it's easy, if you don't hit the hole, to finish up 3, 4, 5 feet past.
This is Ather's 102nd event on the LPGA. Career-wise, she's made 83 cuts, had 18 top 10s and just the one win, and that was in match play too. But she has that one win, how she would dearly love that trophy at the end of today.
She describes herself as happy, smiley, determined and a bit stubborn. Determined would be the quality that she's called on here. Again, she misses to the low side.
Tried to allow a lot more than she did the first time around on that putt.
But it's a big swinging area, this. So now she can only stand back and watch what Paula Creamer does. So Paula Creamer will now have a putt for the title.
She'll have a putt to stop that question being asked about the last victory, that 2010 US Open Championship, her 9th LPGA victory and her most recent, around about 3.5 years ago. The rest of the players are out there and they're ready for the celebration, and they look more nervous than Paula does. This for the win, to make it 3 in a row at the HSBC Women's Champions for the US of A. Took a piece of it as well.
She thought she had it too, but a little bit too pacey.
It's run on a bit as well.
Okay.
Smiling, that's a nervous smile from Paula.
Let's take a look at her reaction here.
She thought she had it. Judging by the reaction and the oohs and ahs that went up from the crowd, a lot of them did too. It's time to forget about that first putt and worry about the second. Shouldn't be an issue, but in this circumstance, there is no such thing as an easy putt.
There's still a little bit of movement in these putts. She's coming from below the pin now. It'll just be inside the left.
I saw that putt she hit on 16 from a long distance. So positive when she needed to hole it.
And nice and firm into the hole, not giving that ball a chance to move anywhere.
Almost looks as though she's enjoying this. I'm not sure how you could. Maybe it's just those of us who stand outside the gallery ropes that feel the pressure. Because I think we're feeling it in here, and I think the crowd around the 18th are feeling it, but it doesn't look as though Paula and Atha are feeling it that much. Maybe that's just the facade.
So back we go again to the 18th tee. They have tied with par fives.
Golf carts will be at the ready. Just what the heart rate is at the moment for those players.
They're going to have a few nuts on the way down there.
Yeah, well, it's been
a long day.
Pretzels for Paula and maybe some nuts for Atha. It is a long day. Got to keep your food intake up and your liquid intake up. It's been draining. It's been draining physically and obviously draining mentally. The second playoff hole about to come up. Spain versus the USA in Singapore. That's next. Obviously, Marty's the better driver because he started second and got Paula up to the tee first. And they might have to get ready to do it all again. Just with where the tee is, Sandy, you'd have to think it's probably going to take a birdie.
Well, I think so today. I think, you know, I think par is easy enough to make down there with, if you can get the drive in play, just lay up short, wedge in, and a couple of putts. That all sounds very easy, doesn't it? But yep. I think it's going to be the one who does make the birdie who's going to win this. I can't see anybody doing anything silly. Paula gets another chance to avoid her favourite bunker.
Yeah, when you say it quickly and say what they need to do, it all sounds pretty simple,
doesn't it?
Just. But there's a huge title at stake here and a fair bit of money as well. This is what they're fighting for. They're also fighting for a fair chunk of money as well. $210,000 US to join Lorena Ochoa. And all of the other names that are on there. Jia Shin, Aimee Azato, Kari Webb, Angela Stanford, Stacey Lewis. Second playoff hole.
Now Paula will be trying very much to do what she did the last time, just keep it inside that right bunker. She's certainly not holding back. It's a nice drive. It's a very, very good drive down 18. So now over to Atha. Now Atha didn't take the driver. Well, she's got the driver out this time.
Interesting change of strategy. And a great sign. Is she going to try and knock it down into the go zone? She's got a bit of run out of it. Be touch and go whether that's far enough down.
Yeah, both players shouldn't be too far apart there. Similar bounces past that right bunker.
We might be here for a while, Sandy, because remember, Paula Creamer had a playoff against Jia Shin in 2012 at Kingsmill. Went to 9 holes.
That's a long playoff. Let's take a look at Atha. She changed her tactics here. She elected to go with the driver. Played just with a rescue before that, and was sort of well short of those bunkers.
And this is the day of Atha Munoz on the final day. Couldn't have got off to a worse start. Bogey at the first, bogey at the second. Her confidence shaken, and then she picked herself back up, and look at this, down the slope. A brilliant birdie at the fourth. And when you hold putts like that, things can get back on track, and she held another birdie putt at 5.
Well, this was a spectacular shot that she played into the par 3 14th, that back left pin, and gave herself that really great chance at birdie there.
And then at 17, it still looked as though it was going to take a bit of a miracle for her to get there. But when she rolled in that birdie putt and made it a 2 at the 14th and a 2 at the 17th, it was very much a possibility, and it remains so. We're getting lots of messages from around the world that you are sitting on the edge of your seats, and you're not the only ones.
Now both these players have both hit really, really good drives down here. And they've hit them fairly long. So will somebody attempt to have a go at this green.
Well, I wonder whether that's the thought process behind Atha taking the driver when she didn't take it the first time, thinking that I've got to change things up a bit here. We could be here all day making fives. Someone's got to stand up and take it by the scruff of the neck.
Well, she got home with 2 beautiful shots on the 12th today. See, Paula, how close they are. Atha will be first to go. Johnny Scott, her caddy, just stepping out to that blue disc in the middle of the fairway there. That blue disc is 202 yards from the front of the green. So she's around 210 from the front. So it's under 220 to get there for Atha.
That's the most important book they read all year, isn't it? Especially in this circumstance.
It's got everything in there, and the course is marked out with a series of coloured dots, the red, white and blues, and the caddies get numbers from those to the front of the green. Then they're given their pin sheets at the start of every day. They add those pins on. Now Atha is electing to play it safe. She's just going to lay up again, possibly into a little better position than she did the last time. Got her going a little bit too much right. Yeah, that's nice. Still down the right-hand side.
A good angle again.
Yep, opens up the angle to the green. Just gets it past horizontal a little bit there, but that's no drama. These players have such great control, but they have such great rhythm and timing. And I think that's the beauty of the women's game. It's just the rhythm and the timing is really quite superb.
Now Paula with a lot of club in hand. She's going for it, trying to get it as far down there as possible. Is it going to pay off?
Oh, now, Pete, the problem she's got we can see, but she is on the green. Long way away, but... Okay, so...
Paula is the first one of the two to throw caution to the winds. She's got the result she wanted, but as you say, Sandy, it's a very difficult putt from there. Very difficult to putt from where she is. She's taken the chance. And here are the putts that we saw just a few moments ago. Atha knows that if she's got that putt, she's had a similar putt twice now, and she's almost got to convince herself to hit it a foot or so right of where she thinks it might be. And then Paula thought she had it. And have a look at the crowd behind her. Some of them did too. So depending on your outlook, the agony continues, or the excitement continues, or the drama continues.
So Paula with the putter in hand. Johnny Scott just stepping off what Atha has left there. She's coming from a really good angle here, just on the right centre of this fairway, the pin tucked tight front left. Paula will wander around and survey this incredibly difficult putt she has. She is on in two though. But she's a long way away with one very severe slope in front of her.
So now playing the hole in the conventional fashion, the way that most players have played it. Good angle again to come in. She's found herself on the right level twice already. Needs to make it three. And she has made it three, and she's got a different putt this time. And that is not such a bad place to be putting from.
Well, she knows it's going to move right to left because she would have seen, of course, Paula's wasn't that dissimilar to that a little while ago, maybe a little further around, but she's got it in there now. Paula is in a very, very difficult spot. You can see her ball where she's walking to it 2/3 of the way back on this massive big green, but it's all downhill, down the big slopey ridge into this little bottom gully that it virtually is.
Paula Creamer's playoff record, by the way, she's been involved in 3 playoffs, and she is 1 win and 2 losses in playoffs. And from what I can see looking at the records, I can't find Atha having been in a playoff. Now, when you look at this, it is such a difficult thing to convince yourself to hit the ball so far out to the right.
Now, Pete, you were out there this morning. You hold something pretty spectacular rolling it on this green this morning.
Well, I did, but it's not in the pressure of a playoff. And what I found there, Sandy, is exactly what I just said, that you don't even look at the hole. You have to aim it out so far to the left as we look at it now. But that was from a bit closer to the ridge. Paula is a bit further back than that.
So she knows once she hits the ridge, it's going to take off. So she's got to have that really dying at the top of that ridge. And she's got to also work out how far up that ridge she's got to go, because it's going to take a pretty sharp left turn.
Now here's what we've spoken about with the players, breaking the putt down into compartments. First part of the putt is to get it to a spot on the ridge and to get it there and practically stop it.
And then from there just try and work out what it's going to do when it hits that ridge and runs down towards the hole.
For the championship, yes, if it does go in, but this is not about holding the putt. It's a bonus if it goes in. It's almost a miracle. So now Paula just looking to get it stone dead and put the pressure back on her Spanish opponent. Pick up speed from here. It is a miracle.
I simply cannot believe what I just saw.
You could stand there all day and try and do that. Paula Creamer does it at the moment that matters most. The drought is over, and could it be done more spectacularly than that? Her 10th LPGA Tour crown. Her first since the US Open in 2010. A truly remarkable moment. Watch again and just listen. miracles do happen after all. No need for words at a time like this, really. That putt and that expression says it all.
What an extraordinary way to break this drought she's had, and what a way to win a tournament.
Robbie Henchman from IMG, who's worked very closely with Paula over many years now.
The phone's out.
Yeah, I think Derek Heath on the speed dial, or perhaps the family. Well worth another look. This is not going to be the last time we see it, and nor should it be. Spare a thought for Atha Munoz at the moment.
In absolute disbelief that Paula could hold that there for the win. And an eagle. Amazing.
Everyone around the 18th is in disbelief. None more so than this young lady, 27 years of age. In the words of that great golf commentary all those years ago, maybe. Yes, sir. Victory number 10 to Paula Creamer in the most amazing of circumstances for the presentation of the trophy after the HSBC Women's Champions of 2014. Let's head down to Kate Burton.
Oh my gosh. For the second time in this tournament's history, we've witnessed a playoff, and has there ever been a more dramatic playoff than the finish that we have all just been a party to? We have a new champion in 2014, Paula Creamer, and I'm delighted to introduce Guy Harvey-Samuel, the Chief Executive Officer of HSBC Singapore, who will shortly present the magnificent trophy. But, oh my goodness me, Paula, I think I can feel you shaking.
I'm shaking. Oh my gosh, this has been such a long time coming, and I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Colin, my caddy. He's my best friend. He's been there through it all, and we've had such a good last 7 months just working on what we've been doing, and obviously it's a bit of luck going in on that one. I've putted it several times today, but you know, Atha hit a great shot in there, and you know, she's such a good competitor as well, but you know, when that happens, you just, you know, there's nothing you can do.
You must have had nerves of steel coming down the stretch in regulation play. Kari Webb was playing well. She faltered down the stretch, and you hold some brilliant putts.
I did. You know, I definitely tested myself coming down the stretch, that's for sure. I had to make a bunch of 6-7 footers, but, you know, I just kept grinding it, kept on, you know, just doing what Colin and I were, you know, planning on doing, and you know, it was fun playing with Morgan and Teresa. You know, it's nice playing with one of your best friends, and you know, kind of kept me calm out there. But you know, it was a grind all day, and like I said, this has been a long time coming.
You snapped that winless streak.
Yes.
You went for the green in 2 in the second hole of sudden death playoff. You knew the putt was going to be fast. Can you talk us through that enormous eagle putt?
I mean, it reminded me a bunch of a putt in Solheim Cup that I had, a long one I played with Christy Kerr, and it's one of those putts where if you just get it in the right spot, it's going to, you know, fall down. But I could stand there all day long and putt that, and I don't think get it within, you know, 6-7 feet. And you know, it just happened, and I finally hit the fairway the first 2 times in the playoff. And you know, I was previously in the playoff, you know, a couple years ago, and I refused to go to 8-9 more holes, so I was going to try to end it.
You were also just on the phone a second ago.
Yeah.
Who were you trying to call?
I was calling my mom and dad. You know, they've obviously seen it all, but you know, Derek was the second one, but I think my dad would, you know, we're not married yet, so Dad would have been a little bit upset if I called Derek first. But hi Mom, hi Dad, hey Derek. You know, it's pretty neat when you can share it with everybody.
Yeah, you must have woken them up as well, because I'm just looking at the time here in Singapore, so they weren't expecting that call. Maybe they were.
No, whatever call it was, I called them actually before the playoff too, and you know, they just said, you know, stay calm, be happy, and you know, you don't have to prove anything, just go out there and play some golf.
How good does it feel to be back in the winner's circle again?
It feels so good. Oh my goodness. I can't tell you how good it really does feel. This is a big win. This is a huge win. You know, and it's just a lot of hard work. So.
Well, the hard work has certainly paid off. Guy, would you please present the magnificent trophy to our 2014 HSBC Women's Champion, Paula Creamer.
That smile has lit up the LPGA for a long time now. She's been one of the game's great ambassadors, but that's a special smile from Paula, because, as she said, the drought is over. She's been working so hard to end it, and she's obviously very emotional about it, and you can understand that too.
Oh, and just a little bit excited as well, isn't she? It's she's waited a long time, and it's simply awesome.
So what does that mean as far as the CME race to the globe is concerned? Paula Creamer now has vaulted to the top and leads from Kari Webb, Jessica Korda, Anna Nordqvist. Obviously our 4 winners so far this year at the top, but Paula Creamer has gone all the way to the top. Yes. And that's why she's holding the trophy there with Guy Harvey Samuel. Well, we saw a miracle finish for Shan last year, but that's right up there with it, Sandy. That was incredible.
Pete, this event always has so much excitement and drama about it, and